Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Advisory Commission on Special Education's February meeting. We had a phenomenal day 1, and looking at the agenda, day 2 promises to be just as fantastic. So we're excited that you're here, and we will start with a roll call vote, please. Or roll call, please.
Good morning. Chair Notch,
Present.
Commissioner Snipes,
Present.
Commissioner Graff,
Present.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Present.
Commissioner Liu, Commissioner Lopez, Commissioner Michaud, Commissioner Oyakawa, Commissioner Ruiz,
Present.
Commissioner Sorter,
Present.
Commissioner Scott,
Present.
Commissioner Wilkins,
Present.
Commissioner Donata Sapp,
Present.
Commissioner Feimer.
Present.
Let's roll call. We have quorum.
Thank you. Please join us in a salute to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, moving into announcements. Everything that we have to discuss today revolves around the agenda, so I will ask Vice Chair Snipes to do an agenda review.
Okay, and before we get into our agenda review, we just have to acknowledge how amazing the event was yesterday. And we also have to give kudos to our commissioner for her presentation and to our chair for her speech. So everybody, just a quick round of applause and appreciation. That was such a wonderful way to spend our afternoon together in celebration of IDEA and 50 years and the next 50 years. As far as today goes, we're going to be starting out with a presentation from Supporting Innovative Practices and a couple of grantees. And then we're going to be moving into our commissioner and liaison reports and our special ed director report. Then we're going to be hearing from the ARC California around their 2026 policy priorities. We'll be moving into a presentation from Hidden Valley Elementary, which is a deaf and hard of hearing school in Santa Rosa School District. Item 9 will be general public comment. Item 10 will be our presentation from the State Board of Education and State Special Schools. Item 11 is agenda building, and then we're going to find a little time within that agenda to continue our conversation around the ACSE Impact Award, and that's item 3 from yesterday, so that will be a continuation and a combination into item 11. And then we're going to close our day out with general public comment.
Thank you so much. Okay, maybe have the public comment slide up, please, and I'll review ways that the public can make comment. There are multiple ways to engage in public comment. If you are in the room and you want to speak on an agenda item relevant to the topic of the agenda item, you can begin lining up at the end of the presentation at the podium. And for those who are online, we have a dial-in number. It is 717-908-1926. Once you call that number, you will use the participant access code, and you will have 1 minute to speak when your number is called. If comfortable, please share your name and affiliation. You can also email at ACSE, ACSE @cde.ca.gov, and that email address is also where you can request meeting materials from the February meeting. Okay. With that, we will transition into item 5. We are so thrilled to have Supporting Innovative Practices and their partners here today. And with gratitude, I will yield the floor to Kevin Schaefer.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. I'm Kevin Schaefer. I'm the director of the Supporting Innovative Practices Project out of El Dorado County Office of Education. We appreciate the opportunity to share the work that we have been embarked on for the past 10 years. I know IDEA is celebrating 50 years. We're celebrating 10 years of our project, starting from a very small project of just 2 individuals, now having 13 staff members. And we're just honored to be here to share the work that we've been doing, as well as the lessons learned. Like I said, we're celebrating 50 years of IDEA and looking closely through a lens of least restrictive environment and the realization of inclusion for students with disabilities. What we have learned primarily is that least restrictive environment through a compliance lens is not enough. We also have to ensure that we are providing least restrictive environment through a sense of belonging, community, and relationship for all students with disabilities, which look different for all individuals based on disability, based on intense needs, et cetera. So we'll be addressing the lessons that we've learned, as well as the data that we've collected. And we also brought 2 of our grantees to share the work that we've been doing over the past few years. So as I said, I'm Kevin Schaefer, Director of the Supporting Innovative Practices Project out of El Dorado. We also have with us co-director Dr. Carmen Hopkins out of Riverside County Office of Education, and Janelle Mercado, our Assistant Director, also out of El Dorado County Office of Education. Dr. Andrew Wall is our evaluator from the Phoenix Evaluation and Research. Actually, Dr. Wall has been with the project longer than any of our current team members. He has been collecting data on the project for that period of time. Marla Smith, Dr. Marla Smith is the superintendent of Burlingame Elementary School District, and Lauren Link, the executive director out of Wheatland Union High School District, just down the road in Yuba County. So we'll be hearing from them in just a moment. We also wanted to share our team. And notice I said team and not our staff. It's an infrastructure that we have created across California to ensure that we are providing geographic support to all of the districts, county offices, and SELPAs across California. We didn't want our support based on relationships and who you know, but based on need, based on willingness to do the work and lead into the work around least restrictive environment, inclusion, as well as academic achievement for students with disabilities. So you can see that we range from Humboldt all the way up in the California-Oregon border to the south in San Diego and pretty much everywhere in between. I want to take a moment and just reflect on our vision. I'll give you a moment just to read the vision. And I want you to think about some of the words, phrases, and sentences. We just updated our vision over the last couple years based on the work that we've been doing over the past 10 years. So just take a moment, read the mission. And a couple areas that I'd like to point out. We've added human dignity. It's critical to this work that we address the experiences and the perspective of the disability community through a lens of disability justice. And we cannot do that without eliciting the voice of the disability community, which is a huge part of our work. Empathy interviews, student shadowing, surveys out to students with disabilities and families to truly understand their experiences, not based on the assumptions or our intent to improve outcomes for students with disabilities, but actually addressing the experiences and the impact that students with disabilities feel and experience. We also address systemic change. We do not do this work with districts if the district leadership is not involved in a deep way in the design of the educational system. The systemic component is one of the barriers that we have faced most often, that many times districts will roll out initiatives at the teacher level and not addressing the structures, the policies, and the practices that need to be in place in order to create systems and environments that are rooted in meaningful inclusion. And then finally, we have to define inclusion through a sense of belonging and inherent value, that students with disabilities do not have to earn their way into environments that should be designed for them. And that's where the real work lies, not in the simple movement from students into a place, but have those places been designed in such a way that students with disabilities feel represented, they have access, and they have a sense of community within those environments. And the way we deliver our supports and services are through a tiered model. Tier 1 are universal resources and events that we provide at no cost to anyone in the state. That is our website, that is our social media, that is the Special Edge newsletter, our podcasts, and all of our events that are recorded and archived onto our website. Tier 2 are the 110-ish grantees that we currently have across the state that our team works with over the period of 5 to 10 years to really make this work happen. It does not happen overnight. And if we close our self-contained classrooms and move students into general education classrooms that are not prepared, we are actually doing harm to our students with disabilities population. That is our Tier 2 work, and we are grateful to CDE for also providing funding to those districts to allow them to do the work around inclusion. And then Tier 3, we work with intensive level districts that have been partnered with us through the compliance and improvement monitoring system. And we work with those districts over the course of 10 years, or a course of 2 years, and we're very proud that 98% of those districts, when they're out of compliance and improvement monitoring, join the project as official grantees. And then what are we looking to do upcoming? What is our statewide impact and areas of focus? Alignment of pre-K-12 systems. We have a number of districts that work specifically at preschool. Inclusive practices. What does that look like then scaling up across first grade through 12th grade and adult transition programs? We are also building capacity and alignment with county offices and SELPAs through our inclusion academies. And one of the areas that we're leaning in deeply is ensuring that the capacity is built at the county level, especially those that are doing DA support for their districts around students with disabilities, and SELPAs who are also doing SIM work with the same population. So aligning the work that they're doing through their plans that they're creating creates coherence throughout the system. We are also instituting year 2 of our demonstration sites. One of the areas that we're asked about most often is we want to see inclusion in action, and we want to make connections with those that have been doing the work. So these are very organized visitations with our former grantees, now demonstration sites that spend a whole day. They go through classroom visits, they look at archived resources, they discuss barriers and successes, and develop a community of practice. We are also collaborating with UCs and CSUs to develop a teacher pipeline to our grantees. We have teachers that are being trained in inclusive practices that are being placed in districts that are part of our grantees, and also leaning into inclusion, which is supporting the recruitment and retention of many of our special education teachers. And then finally, working with families and communities, presenting to CACs, family resource centers, and making sure that families have the information that they need to make the best decision for their youth. And this is not random work. So we have our blueprint for inclusion as well as a self-assessment. And we start with envisioning. Does the educational organization have a vision for inclusion? Have we defined it? Are we communicating the urgency of this work out to the system at large? We support with the building of those policies, practices, mindsets, and structures that need to be in place before any inclusive opportunity is implemented. And then we scale up, and then we sustain across time regardless of who is in those leadership positions. The work continues. And that is all grounded in progress monitoring and continuous improvement. And I would like to invite Dr. Andrew Wall to the podium to talk about our impact data.
I just press a little button to move it forward?
Yep,
Down, great. Good morning. I'm going to start with a little story. 10 years ago when SIP was beginning, it just happened to be the case that one of the founders was my doctoral advisee. And she pulled me into a room and we were doing some planning. I said, you know, you really should do evaluation as you engage in this project to make sure that it works. And she was a very smart student. And she said back to me, well, then you should do it. And hence the journey began to measure impact. And it's really been an honor. I often use SIP as an example in classes that I teach on research and evaluation on how things should be done to drive improvement. And so I want to talk about that. I'm not going to try to talk about it in fancy terms, but I will say we use a Kirkpatrick model of evaluation where we look at 5 levels of impact, from reaction of participants to results. I find that people are most interested in results. Okay, so we're going to focus most on those in a minute. But we track and we have data from the beginning in terms of all of the grantees. That has allowed us to look at measures over time. And I think that's been a really powerful component. You see on the slide some basic information. We, by the way, do focus largely on Tier 1 and Tier 2 in terms of impact. It's much harder to gain impact in terms of the broad Tier 1 work. And so I make that as a note. So the first big question that has always been a focus of the project is, are we making an impact on LRE measures, right? Because those are key indicators, and it has always been a focus. We've always attended to it. The data over time in examining by cohorts is quite clear that these groups make real changes in LRE measures. This is one example of them on this slide. It gives some sense of the magnitude. I want to focus a little more, though, on talking about one cohort because I think it tells you better, right, what's happened. So if we look at the very first cohort that came into SIP, and this is the school districts that are participating the very first year, and we look at them over the 10-year period, right? We have that data over 10 years. We know that on average, the 5A or 80% time in least restrictive environment measure on average of those groups entering the project was 47%. That compares at the time to 54% for the state of California and nationally 63%. Okay, so that cohort began significantly below the state average. And in the latest data that we have, 23-24, they were at 65% on average, which is both above the state average and almost to the point of the national average. What's perhaps most interesting then is growth over the same period of time, right? So we see an 18 percentage point growth on average of that first cohort, okay? So this is important because we're looking at change over time. I'm using the comparison point to anchor it of the state and national averages. Now you say, does that hold across the other cohorts? In fact, it does. That trend is persistent. And you might also ask the question, well, those who participated in that initial group, sometimes we have a Hawthorne effect, right? The Hawthorne effect is, hey, people entered, they're more predisposed to do this work, they're more motivated, you're not going to replicate those results. So I give you as an example the first cohort that came in through the system, through the SIM process, okay? Where they're no longer voluntarily entering, they are being compelled to participate in the project. And what we see in a shorter time period is actually the same result. We see significant growth of that first group over the last 3 or 4 years in comparison to both the state and the national average, which gives us a second set of information. Now, we're producing a report today that's coming out through Stanford PACE Policy Center. It actually outlines the 9 cohorts and the 3 cohorts of SIP participants. They all show the same basic trend. So I'm using these 2 data points as illustrative of what's going on. Then you say to me, well, that's all good, but inclusion is not simply least restrictive environment. We know that. So a second dynamic is, are we seeing improvement in performance of students who are in schools that are participating in the SIP project? We looked at this in several different ways. I'm going to give you one example on the screen, and I'm going to share it in a second with you. So we looked at this in relationship to scores, and we do see growth, by the way, differentiated between how long a district has been in a project or over time. The longer they've been in, actually the more growth they show. All of this, by the way, is deeply disrupted, of course, by the pandemic. So any data pre to post pandemic is really hard to look at. The second thing that we did is we actually looked at the dashboard to see if people were moving in their dashboard categories over time. And we also see progress in districts that are participating in SIP and moving up in dashboard categories in a positive manner. How am I doing? Everybody feeling okay? I've given you a lot of data. I feel like my data per minute is really high. And therefore, I want to make sure that I'm not losing people as I go through data per minute. Okay? Okay, so impact is the first thing I talked about. The second thing I want to share with you is there is efforts to look at specific approaches that SIP is taking to institute change. So this is really, how is the work happening? And so rather than just looking overall at impact, we're saying also what matters. So for instance, we did a very careful evaluation of the demonstration sites. This was something that obviously called for in data by site. So we actually captured data that said we really want to see what good inclusion looks like. We then visited model demonstration sites in other states to model our own. And then ultimately we tracked, and this is actually really strong, positive data that says that when people visit a demonstration site, two things happen from the data. One, when they initially participate, we have data that says their knowledge of inclusive practices increases and their attitudes towards the possibility or their self-efficacy also improves. Okay, that happens immediately after. We then did a longer-term follow-up to see do they actually change any behavior, right? Which is actually more interesting, right? So knowledge and attitude are important, but those are precursors to what we really want to have happen, and that is behavior change. And we have some nice evidence that says that we see some modest behavior change that's statistically significant from my perspective, right, at a 3 to 4 month follow-up period, which is really positive. I mean, to see an intervention have that kind of impact is actually a really positive indication. I share this with you also, though, because this is the type of rigorous examination that is important in a project like this to actually make sure that the things are working the way they should. And I've really been pleased that I've been able to have those conversations with the team and say this is working. I also have had the conversation to say some of these things aren't working as intended, and so let's examine what that is. I also want to highlight inclusion academies. So inclusion academies were an effort to bring together some of what the work has been in an ad hoc way with different districts and do it systematically, give people a time and space over a 3-session period, 3 different days, to try to really put a team together, to envision what people are doing, to advance their work, to develop a strategy, to look at data. We've been tracking this carefully over time. The initial evaluation results were actually more qualitative in this instance, and we found that what people are doing after this focused around corroboration and professional learning, focused on creating inclusive work groups and districts, and ultimately really focused on looking at their own data, which was a part of the effort. Again, this is another example of, okay, we're really trying to examine what works with those and what doesn't work with those to try to move forward. Finally, a lot of this is articulated in the PACE policy report that was released this morning, I think at 9 a.m. So it should be on the website from Stanford. I'm really pleased to do that with Ty Ripna, who is exceptional in this area. So I can't claim the work as my own. Is really, truly, he was a lead on that, and I helped to supply data. We go a little bit more in depth in terms of the California context in relationship to the nation. And secondly, we really think about it on a policy lens. SIP is a really great example of state system of support that can actually work. And so I like to think of SIP as an example of how do we want to make systems change and what does it take to really do that. Thank you. Any questions? Oh, I'm not supposed to do that. Hang on. Let's turn it over to Janelle. There we go.
Good morning. I have the distinct honor and privilege of introducing you to 2 of our SIP partner grantees who their courageous leadership is how this work has happened within their district. It's a huge element to supporting their district, their classrooms, their families, and their students. So the first that's going to speak with you is Marla Silversmith from Burlingame School District. Her school district is more of a suburban community that's an elementary to middle school district, and they're known for their academic performance, highly rated schools, and advanced academic opportunities. We also invited another one of our grantee districts, Lauren Link, who is the Executive Director of Student Services from Wheatland Union High School District, which is a smaller, more rural town. smaller high school district, academic performance around state average, and a diverse socioeconomic variability. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Marla Silversmith.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here. I have to tell you first off, and I'll try to get through this without crying, as I told Kevin earlier, this is very personal to me. I am the youngest sibling of an older sister with Down syndrome who was born 53 years ago before PL 94-142 and IDEA. So the work of making sure that my sibling is seen and that students are in classrooms and learning and thriving is something that I care about so deeply. And I've been doing it, it'll be 50 years in May, the day I was born. I came out doing it. So again, this is very personal to me and very important. I left my mom's house just down the road earlier today with my sister, and it was a very big moment to know I was coming here and celebrating IDEA yesterday. So thank you for all the work you all do every day, because it makes a difference. I really appreciate it. Okay, so Burlingame School District, we have 6 elementary schools and 1 middle school. We are preschool through 8th grade. So I am in San Mateo County. San Mateo County has many elementary districts and then high school districts and a few unified districts. At the time we did this, we had 3,200 students. We are diverse economically. We have the average house can be about $3 million, and that's probably a tear down. If you've ever been in and out of San Francisco Airport, then you've been to Burlingame. We are not very large in size, but we are very diverse in culture. We are about 23% UPP. The majority of our students that are unduplicated speak an additional language other than English, and most of them speak 2 or 3 languages and have lived throughout the world. So in 2012 to 16, we are an established school district. We have won many accolades, many distinguished school awards, Golden Bells, P21 schools. We've done a lot of great work, but what we haven't done is make sure that our students are all seen and have a sense of belonging. These are portables, also known at some of our sites as bungalows, where our students were escorted to before and after school, not to be seen through the school day. And that was an issue, and we knew it. So in 2018 and 19, I joined the district in 2017 and met up with the principal who had what we called our SDCs, and he said, can we make some changes? So he's now my assistant superintendent, who's watching online, so shout out Matt Pedapeo. But we started getting to work and saying, what can we do to disrupt this project and what we're doing? This trajectory, this pathway is not okay. So we began, I called Kevin. I had a relationship with Kevin from my previous district where I had been a director of special ed. And I said, come help us, what can we do? So we started just ripping off Band-Aids. You know, now everybody comes in the front entrance. The little things is where we started. We ended up closing all of our mild moderate SDCs. It was an explanation to our staff saying mild moderate is actually a credential. It is not a place or a label. So we talked about what support could look like. We still have our ESN classrooms, but they all have a seat, and I'll explain that in a little minute. And we also developed a belief that when we talk about our goals, when we talk about at least a year's worth of growth, that's all students. That's not just some students. So how are we measuring that? We started with a lot of professional learning. So our teachers would get together and talk about what they could do. This is a grade level team meeting. We have embedded time in our contract to be able to support some of that. So this is a team meeting at one of our school sites, and you'll see a mixed group of people in here and mixed grade levels. But when SIP really joined us and came in for technical assistance, they provided us with professional development, and we identified our early adopters. We had small groups of cohorts of teachers, mixed groups, speech therapists, talking about where kids could belong and how we could help see them. They helped to consult and coach. They gave us a lot of language. They helped to flip our mindsets and made it a little bit bigger. We became a little bit of a blueprint for inclusion. We moved any classes out of a building, so all of our classes are now in some of the nicest, newest buildings. Nobody's in bungalows anymore. And we started to really have true conversations. One of our most proud moments was when I went into my chief business office and I said, we want to have seats for every kid. So what we did is every single student in Burlingame currently, no matter if you are in an ESN class or receive anything else, you have one of those 24 seats in a classroom. That is your teacher, that is your class. And we're very proud of that accomplishment. Students started participating in all events and not just in a separate way. If they needed supports, we would have them get supports, but we also had everybody at assemblies. We started looking at how to have it be successful for all. In 21-24, This is the work that we've really dove in on more. This is an important quote to us. Inclusion is not simply about physical proximity. It's about intentionally planning for the success of all students. So we started really thinking about that. You'll see this upper left corner is Janelle coming in and training, and she has a mask on. It was such a priority to us that we put money behind our substitutes, our time away, and I'm very lucky for this. I'm very thankful. The upper left corner, the person that has blonde hair, I don't know if I remember my, oh, you can't. That's actually one of our principals now. So really making sure that people that worked for us and were leading our district had the beliefs in what we believed in. So we started a lot of work. We started doing individual supports to 2 sites, our middle school and one of our elementary schools that did house our ESN classes. And we started really diving deep into what does co-teaching mean? What does it mean to be in a general ed classroom? We started having site leadership look at targeted supports and teacher needs, and then we diversified from there. Not every teacher needs the same professional learning, just like not every student needs the same education. We went to UDL trainings, and we started bringing in UDL from SIP, Universal Design of Learning, to make sure that we're planning for the students' outcomes. We also did district-wide learning. We had, Kevin did our keynote at our Welcome Back, and it was one of the most popular Welcome Back keynotes that we've had in our district. So just making sure that people are all seen and heard was very important. We re-looked at our collaborative and co-teaching practices, and then more students started going into our general education classrooms and actually having those seats. So the interesting thing about Burlingame is if you look at our indicators, we're meeting it. We're exceeding it in a lot of areas. Here's indicator 5A, 5B, and 5C. But here's the issue. We're meeting it. We have kids in classrooms. But if you look at my dashboard, my students with disabilities identified are at least 2 strands below. So we're not getting the fair outcomes that the SIP belief and philosophy stands for. So that's the thing we've really switched to focusing on. We have kids in classrooms. Our teachers believe they should be there. Our outcomes aren't there right now. So that is the thing that SIP has really been supporting us with lately. As I continue, so we went from all means all to all means each student. What does each student need to be consistent in their delivery of method? And then also, how are they telling us what they know? We had inconsistent views by our staff about students, and we needed to look at the whole district rather than having pockets of excellence or pockets of silos instead of the 2 schools. And we knew that our students deserved better academic achievement. If our district's belief is at least a year's worth of growth for each and every child, then we needed to look at each and every child. So we were the first district. I begged Kevin and Janelle and Thomas to please come and do a SIP Inclusion Academy. We had all 7 sites and the district office present for that. We did that throughout last year. Our goals were to change mindsets, to build an infrastructure of advocates, to set up plans for our district success, and to improve the academic achievement and chronic absenteeism for students with disabilities. Those are the 3 places we're failing our kids: ELA, math, and chronic absenteeism. So who was in the room? This was important to me. As we built the Inclusion Academy, and we had many conversations about who should be in the room, we had a parent and a board member be our guest speaker. We had principals were required, teachers, support staff, district staff, our SELPA joined, we invited the county. It was amazing. What was really important is when my coordinator of maintenance looked at me and he goes, "I don't know why I'm here." And I'm like, if we can't get in the building, how do we learn? So when I talk about people in the room that day, we did, our whole district admin staff was required to be there every single day. The first day they were all looking at me. By the 3rd day, everybody was understanding what it means to be a Burlingame student. So our community commitment, we took policy, practice, and culture, and we went to shared leadership. This is where it started. Everybody in the room started thinking about what their point was for being there. Our bond people looking at things. What does it look like to be accessible in a classroom? If we just ordered all this classroom furniture, how could we change it up for kids that want to wiggle? So all of those types of items were reviewed. So what did it take? It took a vision, a commitment from us, trust, truth, and time. It took Matt and I telling our stories. It took teachers coming forward, empathy interviews. It was amazing to sit with students and hear how they felt going into a room that's labeled resource, and just really making sure that we were all vulnerable and brave. And I want to say SIP is a place, if I can think of one tagline, it's no blame, no shame, no guilt. You can call them and say, "I think this," and they'll say, "Let's talk about it." So it's such a great place that as a leader, you can be transparent and honest and really ask questions and learn. So our next steps, we did assessments for each and every student. We started strategically planning by grade levels for each and every student. We were reducing the opportunity gap for each and every student. We noticed that a lot of our kids were missing out on things. We were just excluding them inadvertently. We did parent engagement for each and every student and targeted. Our facility design and redesign was for each and every student. As we're redoing all of our fronts of schools, that's been important. And then recruitment, support, and retention for staff for each and every student. We changed, as Lauren and I were talking about, interview questions. We changed our rubrics for screening. We've changed so much, and we've said these are the values of Burlingame. So if you want to be our staff, we call Burlingame Blue, so there's no hierarchical, it's all of our staff. If you want to be a part of Burlingame Blue, this is what our values are and what it means. We went from all means all to all means each and every. Thank you.
Good morning. I am very honored and excited to share with you, and I promised that I would not speak for more than 10 minutes because I could easily just go on and on. But I wanted to be able to present to you today a very local to this location district. We are very small. We have one campus, and while we do have a couple of different school programs within that campus, we really are still under 1,300 students in total, 9 through 12. So I came into this from a general education background. I have not ever been a special educator by trade. What happened was I tend to be very vocal, and I started asking a lot of questions around why are these students in the same room all day, and why can't they be out with their peers? And then we had some changes in leadership, and I was asked to well, why don't you step in? And I said, ooh, I don't think that's a very good idea. That's not my expertise. And they said, well, you have the vision, you can learn. And we were very lucky at that time that we were already connected with SIP. And so I came in with these questions and ideas and sort of this vision for really making sure every student is part of our community and every student belongs and is valued. And SIP has really been the guiding light in making that happen for us. And so prior to my time in this position, we had all of our students who had extensive support needs were sent elsewhere. They were not part of our campus. And then at one point, we brought that program to our campus, but it still wasn't run by our district. So up until 2022, that was a county program that existed on our campus, but did not participate in school-wide activities, was not really part of our community fully. And then in our first year with SIP, what we did is we brought those programs back from the county, and we said, we want to serve our students. We want to meet their needs. But that still looked very exclusive. It still looked like one classroom, students really being sent to special education settings quite a bit throughout their day, if not the entire day. And then when we started to really look at that and say, this could look differently, is when Kevin and Janelle and I did a lot of work around changing that narrative and that belief system in our staff, because that was just the way it had always been done. And we had to really help them see the value in students with disabilities really add value to your classroom. And so over that time, we've really shifted into a place where everyone is included, everyone is a part of our community. And I'll share a little bit more on the next slide, but we've really gotten to a place of belonging. And I'm very proud that it's been a very short time, and it wasn't always easy. There was a lot of prodding, but that part has now solved itself. There's no more prodding. So we started a technical assistance with SIP in 2022 prior to me stepping into this role. So we had already kind of begun the process, and then they were already there. So that was really helpful to me as a new special education administrator, was I already have this support that's working with my district. We were looking at increasing our LRE for students to be out of special education settings, and then also reducing those ones who spent the majority of their day in a special ed classroom. And then what really helped us as well was that our superintendent was extremely supportive of this work, but again, came from a general education background and wasn't necessarily an expert. So we were able to lean into the SIP process to really make this work. And I recently shared this update with our school board because I felt like we were doing really well. I was like, it seems like it's so much better, and we've done this great work. But when we pulled the data, it really does validate that work that we've done. And so over the years, there's just been a lot of changes. And like this gentleman, this young man in this picture, that is his robot baby from his CTE child development class in which he achieved a grade of C on his own without any additional supports built in other than just UDL strategies in the classroom. So that was a really proud moment. And even his parent at his IEP was like, that's the first C he's ever gotten. And I said, isn't that really cool? Like, he did that on his own. That's a college level course that he participated in fully. And the dad said, that is really cool, but I don't ever want that baby coming home to my house again. I said, I don't blame you. That was actually, his name is Jaden. And when I said, what's your baby's name? He's like, Jaden. I'm like, of course, okay. The other piece that we looked at was our suspension rate. And we had some varying data, and I really can't pinpoint exactly why there was such a drop in 22-23. I would love to say it's because I was the assistant principal at that time, but I can't really own that. But then what we're seeing now is that we are seeing a steady decline in suspensions of students with disabilities. In addition to that, our graduation rate for students with disabilities has increased significantly, as well as actually our ELA and math proficiency. I know we're still in the orange, but we were in the red. And so to go from red to orange is a pretty good growth in a short amount of time. These are some of the supports that SIP has provided to us. The biggest one is regular planning. It's so nice to have somebody get on a call with me and I say, I have these ideas, and then have somebody who kind of walks through and supports the execution of those ideas. We have done a variety of trainings. We've really invested in our paraeducators because traditionally they're the least trained staff on our campus, and we give them some of the most difficult assignments. And so we said, well, let's really train them up and see how they can be more of a support on our campus. We are constantly communicating with our leadership teams. We are participating in demonstration site visits. I have a team going actually to Da Vinci High School tomorrow in Davis to see what they're doing, because I hear it's very neat. And then we're actually within our region becoming a place where other school districts are now wanting to come and see what we're doing, wanting to understand how did we make this work, what changes did we make in such a short time to see these outcomes. So I think we are different, and because we're so small, there's a lot more leeway in terms of we have a lot less red tape. We break down barriers very quickly. And so the things that I think are a little bit different in our district is that because we're so small, I'm the executive director of student services, which means that I support special education, but also a myriad of other things. And so it's easy to carry these values throughout all of those and also get other leaders on board. So we have developed a really model peer mentor program, and we've been able to shift a lot of the supports that students might need in a general education setting to their peers. And that's even now becoming less formal, is what I'm seeing. And the big takeaway I've had over this last school year is when we started this work, it took a lot of adults to kind of contrive the situations or encourage people to participate, and I don't do that anymore. Things just sort of happen naturally on their own, and students and their peers are connected, and I don't worry about can this student make it to their next class, because if they can't, their peer is gonna be like, hey, where are you supposed to be? Let me walk you to class. And those things are now happening very naturally for us. So this guy is kind of the poster child of why we do this work. This is Zachary. Zachary is a student we brought back from a special education school. He had not been in a general education classroom in his entire school career. And when we decided to take back ownership of our own programs and serve our own students, his parents were so nervous. And I said, what do you want his life to look like after high school? And she said, well, we want him to be as independent as possible. And I said, okay, then let's give him some real life experiences. And now she's like, I'm so glad you convinced me. But he was ready, and he was so excited. He came to us as a sophomore. He called himself Mr. High School. He participates fully in the whole high school experience. He's a senior now. He's part of our leadership group. He participates in every staff versus students athletic event. He goes to football games. He is just living his best life as a high school senior, and that would not have happened if we were unable to do this work. So what's next is, this slide came out a little bit odd, but we are now, because we are a grantee, this allows for a little bit more flexibility around, okay, so now we have this funding, what can we do with it? And what we're really doing now is looking at, some of our feeder districts haven't quite made it to where we are, and so we have some students who will be coming into us who have been in non-public settings, so completely removed from typical peers. And so we try as much as we can not to do that. And so we need to build the systems and the supports to allow for those students to also be part of our community. And so we actually are training up our paraeducators specifically in registered behavior technician training. And so they can actually pursue that certificate. But what we will have is a lot of RBTs available as supports for all of our students. We're also just sort of refining, like, what else, what's next? What can we do better? Our staff is completely on board. I do not have a single teacher that comes to me anymore and says, this kid's doesn't belong in my class. That has completely gone away. It hasn't happened in probably a year and a half that I've had any pushback to have any of these students walk through their door. And then we're sharing what we're doing with other districts so that we can align with them and they can start to do the same work and we can support them in doing so. Thank you.
Good morning. So I have the privilege of sharing some of the lessons that have been learned over the last 10 years of this journey. And I can say as a current leader here with this project and a former grantee that inclusion does not occur because of inspiration alone. And you heard from our grantees that what makes this happen with fidelity is systems change work. And so you see here in front of you a list of things that we've learned to be true over the last 10 years, some lessons learned, and it really starts with defining that vision around rightful presence. And when that is the clarity that an entire system holds, you see decision-making starting to change in ways where people are looking not just at staffing and scheduling, but also the professional learning that's occurring and the way that accountability happens in the district through a different lens. We start to also look at things through that lens of social justice and disability awareness and justice, not just doing this work because it's a compliance piece. We see that this work also extends broadly across a system. This isn't on the backs of special educators, and it's also not on the backs of general education teachers as well. It's bringing the systems together and having everyone have ownership over all students, as you've heard, again, through some of the stories of our grantees today. Inclusion is not a teacher burden as shared, but it also means that when we're making decisions, we're not just considering least restrictive environment as a placement option, but we're looking at how we're creating a learning environment that's instructionally designed to meet the learning needs of every student, in addition to an environment where belonging is taking place for all students. We want to be able to better recognize ableism in our own systems. And as you heard today, and as many of our grantees share, the mindset work is where it really has to begin. We can't always wait for everyone to get on board, but when we can start addressing our cultures and looking at the way people believe and the experiences that they've had, and how do we behave differently based on maybe providing some new experiences. Again, as our grantees shared today, those experiences they were providing in their districts, changing beliefs so people are acting in the right way towards the system. And then also understanding always that our students and families are our partners in this work. They're not afterthoughts, that we're bringing them along and creating and innovating alongside of them. And so as we look at the last 10 years and these through lines, I think it's very clear that inclusion is a part of an infrastructure. It's a system-wide type of work that when we really lean into it through that culture, policy, and practice, we see really high results for students. So at this time, we'd like to invite anyone with questions or comments to please share. I don't know if my team wants to come up here with me.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm very familiar with your work, and yet every single time you're here, I learn so much. So always, always honored to have you. Dr. Wall, I could have listened to you for hours. I am a card-carrying data nerd, and that was just so impressive, the way that you everything about you, I just impressive just keeps coming up, and the work that you're doing, and I just am so happy that you're here. And Dr. Silver Smith, beaming with San Mateo County pride, so thank you for being here to share the incredible work that you're doing in Burlingame. Your reputation across our county and I'm sure the state is just shining. So thank you for everything that you've done. And it was the first time I'd learned about Wheatland, right, your district. And the thing that was the most impressive was the mindset shift. And that doesn't happen easily or by accident. So congratulations on the intentionality of your implementation. So I could go on and on, but I will turn it over to other commissioners for any comments or questions. Commissioner Ruiz.
Hi, thank you so much for being here. You guys are the real deal. I attended an inclusion academy as a parent not too long ago, and I really felt your efforts towards parent engagement firsthand. I also feel that your efficiency with your data and your practices really allows you to be present and show up so strong for all of us, for students, for parents, professionals, and the community. I really appreciate your intentions behind all that you're up to. I feel the love in all of it, in all of the facets. And I just really want to thank you for a really thoughtful presentation.
Commissioner Hamilton.
I just wanted to piggyback off of Commissioner Ruiz's comments. I'm always so thrilled when I see SIP on the agenda for our meetings. I'm also a parent of a student with extensive support needs, and I am hugely passionate about inclusion, but meaningful inclusion and powerful inclusion that really works on the culture around inclusion and the mindset and ensuring that everyone is on board with that. And I think that you always really present a powerful examples of that and how it really works when it's done correctly, and how your work continues to evolve and you continue to look for new ways to improve on all of your systems. My daughter actually attended the CHIME program from preschool all the way through middle school. And so I can attest firsthand how meaningful inclusion is really powerful and really important, and goes so far beyond like educational outcomes, but the social emotional aspect of it as well. So just thrilled to hear all about the numbers proving that outcomes improve with inclusion, good meaningful inclusion, and also so thrilled to hear about additional programs coming on board and supporting those inclusive models of education as well, and showing some success because of it. So thank you so much.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
Thank you, and I'm sorry I missed the first part. I was stuck in traffic, but I was really excited to come hear you all speak, and we had a really robust conversation yesterday about what inclusion looks like, and I was one of those who was always raising the concern of feedback from other families and teachers I know about feeling that inclusion is being pushed without the support and the understanding, and this is what we were talking about. This is what's needed. And so looking at, I think it's one of your last slides, like really hit me. Compliance expertise is not equal to lived understanding of disability. Inclusion is a system responsibility. These are just real truths. And then inclusion is not an LRE, least restrictive environment placement decision. I think that's where we often get caught up. And that's when we kind of take pause and say, hey, wait, are we doing what's right for the students, all the students and the staff? And so this is really exciting to see how it can really work. And so we're really grateful for you to bring all that you're doing across the country, bring it to the front so we can share it with everyone. And I don't remember who's going to Davis. I don't know which school you're going to. So you might see my daughter there tomorrow. So that is, I'm glad you're going there because we are very proud of the work that they do. And I would say, yes, that is a very good model of what inclusiveness looks like. So thank you.
Commissioner Groff?
Good morning, and yes, I'm a huge supporter too of the work of SIP, and in full disclosure, I'm on the board of one of the demonstration sites, so I live it, and I'm very proud to look at the outcomes for all kids, not just kids with disabilities, but for all kids. But what I'm curious about is how do we scale this up statewide, because you have to be a grantee to get your technical assistance, but where are some of the areas where we really need to do more work, to really scale this up? And I come from university preparation for future, all teachers, administrators, counselors, school psychs. The universities really have to be promoting this for, future educators as well. So what advice do you have for scaling this up statewide?
I work on some cross projects. So one thing I'm going to highlight is that I'm working with a team with Marquita, and we're actually working on a teacher preparation report that's going to come out March 23rd to talk about some teacher preparation dimensions of this. One of the fantastic things has been the emerging collaboration that Kevin articulated in relationship to one of the big challenges being identified in teacher preparation and administrator preparation is placement for training, and how do you find inclusive spaces? And so when SIP has locations, right, that have shown to be inclusive, how can that then cross those boundaries into the higher education preparation sphere? Because that's a huge dynamic. One other comment you asked about scaling up. It's really interesting because that's been one of the challenges of the project to date. Right? It's not a brand new challenge because they went from very small to scaling up, and so you have founder dynamics. So how do you go from the founder to larger? Here's a conceptual model that SIP actually was talked about, but they didn't specifically articulate. They use the diffusion of innovation ideas. Anyone familiar with diffusion of innovation? So diffusion of innovation is this idea that Rogers writes about, that instead of trying to convince everyone, what you try to do is you try to get early adopters. And there's actually this curve associated with that. And that has actually been an idea that has permeated. And by the way, that is exactly how this team has talked about scaling up, is diffusion of innovation. You don't have to get everybody on board. You try to get early adopters. Early adopters lead to sort of a next group of adopters. And you're always going to have a set of laggards. And by the way, you just don't worry about them. Right? It might take 10 years for them to come around, but you just don't actually worry about them. And I actually heard that in the district's articulations as well. So that idea is really permeated. These are strong intellectual ideas that permeate the work, which I think actually makes it really powerful. And I should turn over to Kevin.
Everything he said. From an internal perspective, as we all know, inclusion is not a program. It's a mindset, it's a priority setting, and what we find is that it just keeps growing. So we have the work that we do with our districts and our county offices and our SELPAs, but then as it grows within a district, we're looking at HR, we're looking at facilities, we're looking at business, we're looking at paraeducators, we're looking at everyone in a district that has a role that we're trying to scale out to within a grantee, for example. What we're finding now is with institutes of higher ed, how can we impact the teacher pipeline to our districts? How can we train the professors and the teacher candidates to bridge into the system of support resources? So the California system of support has such rich resources that those teachers that move from a college placement into a district placement need to experience before they get placed. So working with Allison on the AREA platform, where we have moved all of our resources along with other projects in the system of support so that professors and teacher candidates access those resources prior to being placed in a district. So we're looking at resource bridging, we're looking at teacher placement bridging, which then, because our grantees are in those areas, now those grantees are benefiting from a teacher pipeline, as well as the impact around recruitment, as well as retention. Teachers want to stay in placements that mirror their priority on inclusion. So it just keeps growing. And our team is, at this point, finite. So as our work grows, we would love to see our team grow. When you look at our statewide placement of our program specialists, coordinators, and directors, there are pockets that are unaddressed. Far north, eastern part, we have a collective of grantees in the Bay Area, and then all down that western central coast. So we know those areas, and our team travels extensively to make sure that their needs are met. But it's really looking at this work scaling, and then whether or not we can mirror that with our project resources.
So if I could just follow up, the clinical practice piece is huge, because I know that, I'm at a private university, but we are taking advantage of AREA and the UC-CSU collaborative resources and so forth. But because of the teacher shortage, we're having a real difficult time getting fully qualified mentor teachers, master teachers, and they're not always up to speed with the current teaching performance expectations coming out of CTC. So we really have a crisis in terms of clinical practice. So anything that we can all come together, whether it's through ACSE or CDE or CTC or as the state board or SIP or whatever, we really need to address clinical practice because it's going to make such a difference. So thank you.
If I could respond to that, from a district lens, I have several staff who work in a paraeducator capacity or some sort of special education support, and there's not a pipeline to get them into being credentialed teachers the way there is for CTE teachers. CTE teachers can have 3 years of industry experience and get a teaching credential and pay $100. That should exist for people who have experience in special education. So at the state level, that would be something that could really be very beneficial to us.
Thank you, and hopefully maybe we can get some legislation to be able to address that, because there have been funds, the Golden State Fund and different funds, but to really, and I know there have been some funds for paraeducators, but I mean, just recognizing what you're talking about in terms of their expertise that they come into the field, I think that's really helpful. Thank you.
Commissioner Michaud?
Good morning. Thank you all so much for your presentation, for all of your wonderful work. It's always such a pleasure to hear from you and just hear the great things that you're doing across the state. So thank you for being here. I'd also love to see a lot of your grantees submit applications for the 2027 ACSE Impact Award if you want to probe that when the applications come out in the fall. I did have one question. I might have missed this, but can you clarify how folks get linked with you for Tier 2 support? I think I understand Tier 1 and Tier 3, but if someone could clarify the linkage for Tier 2, that would be helpful.
So there's a variety of ways. Right now, the fastest in the pipeline to becoming a grantee is actually our priority is around those Tier 3 districts that are coming to us through the compliance improvement monitoring process. That's our #1 priority because we want to make sure we have the capacity to meet the needs of those who are in the implementation phase of their SIM plans. After going through that process with us, those who are wanting to engage beyond their SIM plan, we then look at whether or not we have the capacity to bring them in at that time. So it is a bit of a capacity numbers game. And then in addition to that, we are in close partnership with the California Department of Education Special Education Division to discuss ongoing what are the needs of the field, where do we see folks who really have a high level of need for this support, and we prioritize those. If we still have capacity, then it's just through partnerships throughout the state, county offices, SELPAs, other technical assistance projects. So it's kind of a 3-tiered process, I would say. Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Scott?
This is Commissioner Scott, and I have a son who is autistic. He's 24 years now. But when he started school, I remember one school in particular, our elementary school. His class was kind of excluded. And when I really saw that was when the yearbook came out. They were in the very back of the yearbook, and there was no mention of what kind of class they were. It's like, who are these kids? As he progressed, and especially in high school, you could see the difference. There was more inclusion, even though he was still in a SDC class, but they were more a part of the campus. He participated in sports activity. He was part of their swim team. And I mean, he was also in a club with typical peers. So what you're doing is great. Also, I worked as a school nurse in one of the school districts, Orange County, and I had the pleasure of seeing how great inclusion can be. One of the schools I worked at, we had a lot of kids too with autism, but it was understood that they were to participate in everything that they are capable of, and that include they were on the playground with the other kids. They were at PE with the other kids. They went to libraries, singing, what else? But they were included. It was understood. Whenever there was any kind of activity on campus, they went. It was expected. So you are doing a very good job, and as a parent and a professional, I thank you.
Commissioner Sorter.
Thank you very much. I have a question for Dr. Wall. In the report that just came out, does it go deeper into the chronic absenteeism impact?
It does not. Yeah, it does not. We can't do everything in one report.
Do you have any comments about the impact SIP has had on chronic absenteeism?
I'm going to give a similar answer. You know, we continue to be asked to track more things and broader the impact. And so I think we can go back and look at the impact on chronic absenteeism, yes. The question will become how many things does the project track and is it helpful, right? I think actually before that, we actually are looking at belonging, right? And using state data to look at his belonging change more broadly. So that's my short answer. I think it's a resource question, and ultimately, yeah, there's lots of interesting things. And I love the district data that they talk about, right? And I think I see some other districts doing that. The project hasn't systematically tracked that so far.
I would just like to add to that, as a district that is looking into that very closely, one of the things that we find is there are a lot of barriers for students that have an IEP to be put on independent study versus a student whose parent emails us the night before and we send them a packet. So when you look at chronic absenteeism, we're actually digging deeper into it to see the students that might be in a classroom that don't have an IEP and those services that are able to recoup their attendance very quick based on an independent study packet. So we're kind of trying to pull that data even further down to see actually what the root cause is. Thank you.
Scanning for other comments or questions? Well, not seeing any. Thank you again so much for being here, for all of your amazing, incredible work. And we look forward to the next time that we'll have with you to hear and learn even more. So congratulations. And with that, we will transition to public comment for this item. If there are any members of the public who are in the room who wish to make a comment, please begin lining up at the podium. And while we're waiting for that, we will have the public comment slide up for those who are joining us remotely who wish to call in.
Good morning again. My name is Marcela Chagoya. I am the California Federation of Teachers Early Childhood TK-12 Division Council Vice President for Southern California. Also, I am the Chair of the Special Education Services Committee for CFT. The SIP presentation was great. I learned a lot, and I will take back information. And I also had the question on how can we make this uniform across California. Success of meaningful inclusion requires deliberate and sustainable funding in order to meet the needs of every student in the settings where they will experience success. Currently, many districts, including my own, have no criteria for placement. It's a cost-cutting gimmick that looks good and sounds good. It's optics. For inclusion placement, we must look at data, formal and informal, as well as social-emotional data of each student. The problem is primarily in secondary levels, middle and high school. By the way, I'm a 25-year, currently full-time teacher of 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. General ed teachers are not trained in accommodations and modifications and behaviors.
Thank you. That's your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Sapp, and I'm a professor of teacher education at California State University, Dominguez Hills. Just started my 47th year of teaching. I'm most proud, though, to be one of the two dads of Commissioner Donato Sapp. And I really just wanted to give you all of you an affirmation. I really appreciate the aspect of human dignity being written into your mission. When Helen was born on June 4th, 2009, at noon on the dot, she was only 2.5 pounds, and we knew that she was going to have some cognitive issues because of her medical trauma. At 9 p.m. on June 4th, I told my husband, Sino, that if she has special needs, all that means is that we will be introduced to a new and loving community. And so my affirmation for all of you here is just how extraordinary you are and the work that you're doing. And as parent advocates, we just feel moved by our 2 days with you, because everything that you're doing.
Thank you. That is your time.
Is about humanizing. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. My name is Allison Yoshimoto Tauri, and you may know me in my role as a State Board of Education member. But today I'm speaking with a different hat on as the Executive Director of the UC-CSU Collaborative for Neuroscience, Diversity, and Learning, a state-funded project connecting educator preparation programs across the CSU, the UC, including our independent, private, and community colleges. I wanted to highlight SIP's thoughtful and systematic approach. It's not a one-size-fits-all model, and they're helping educators build the knowledge, the skills, and the structures to ensure inclusion is implemented well, with strong instructional practice, attention to individual student needs, while making sure adults are also ready and supported. This work matters because our future teachers, general education and ed specialists alike, along with clinical supervisors and mentor teachers and deans and directors of all of our programs in higher ed, are learning the what, the how, and the why of inclusion from the very beginning. And they are completing their student teaching in pre-K-12 schools that already have leaders and systems in place to support students.
Thank you. That is your time.
Thank you.
Not seeing any other members of the public in the room. Do we have any callers? Okay. Well, with no callers, we will close this item. Thank you again to SIP and partners. And though it's not on the agenda, we are going to take a short 5-minute break. So we will be back in 5 minutes. Welcome back. We are, as Vice Chair Snipes announced in the agenda review, not moving into item 6, but item 10 with our Special Education Director's Report. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Heenan.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? Thank you. I just want to thank Nancy, who briefly left, and our board member for the flexibility to switch our presentation times as I'll be running from here to the Capitol. It's a very busy time for legislation and really exciting time, so I appreciate the flexibility in scheduling, so thank you again. Good morning, Dr. Rachel Heenan. I am the Director for the Division of Special Education at the California Department of Education. It's good to see you all again today. Really kind of still moving off of the excitement of the celebration yesterday, kind of moving into this day, and wanted to really continue with that theme of celebrating the work that we're doing. And we just had an amazing opportunity to hear one of our technical assistance providers funded from CDE, the amazing work that they're doing. And again, it's just another celebration of the work we're doing, but more truly the results that we're seeing to improve outcomes for our students with disabilities. So we have a lot happening right now, and I'll try to cover it in the short time that we have. And again, just really that refocus on celebrating. I just wanted to thank you all for your leadership in the capacities that you have, whether it be as students, staff, administrators in the state, higher ed, parents. Without you, this work is not possible. So wanted to celebrate you as well. And, again, every time I get the opportunity to see and hear from our technical providers, it just, I get chills. I get chills to really see the data. I know I don't have a data card like you, Chair Notch, but I do love to actually see the data. Qualitative data is very important to hear from our parents and community, but we also need to look at the quantitative data and the results from our students with disabilities across the state. So today, just briefly, I want to review, we had a few data pieces missing from the last time the APR, the Annual Performance Report, was presented in, I believe it was November. It's been a long time. And we were still waiting for some end-of-the-year data to come in, which has. So I will not be reviewing the whole APR report as was in the past, but I just wanted to fill in some of the gaps. And then also, of course, provide you with the information that if you do feel you want to go find additional information, where you can find it. And really, we've done a lot of work really trying to break that data down to something more manageable so that our community and constituents can truly understand what the data say, what it tells us, and where we need to go. And before we move on, just a few other things. We're going to cover some legislative updates. Like I said, it's legislative season, so things are happening really quickly. And I'm really happy that special education is really on the forefront of our legislators, on the front burner, I should say. So exciting to see some movement and some support for special education in the state of California. Then I'm going to, again, I will always cover some outreach opportunities that are coming up, some professional development for our families, our constituents, our educators, from the Office of Division of Special Education for people to attend if possible. And then last, I'd like to take a few minutes. I know yesterday was really busy and hurried. We probably could have had 3 hours of presentation time, but I wanted to take a little bit of time to review the proclamation to make sure that everybody understands the intent of it, how powerful that is, and what it actually says, and what the outcome of the proclamation is. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time on that as well. So again, I always like to bring us back to our why, where it begins and it ends, and that's with our students. We look at data all the time. We look at reports. We're running miles and miles quickly in our jobs and what we do on a daily basis. But I just wanted to kind of refocus us and ground us in our students. I know things get hectic with our work, our life, with politics, but this is why we do the work we do. And I wanted to just say, if you have time, I think it's the most important thing is to take time out of your schedules and go visit classrooms. Go visit an array of classrooms. Go visit our special day classes. Go to our co-teach classes. Go to our AP classes to see where our students are, what they're learning, how they're thriving, and where we can better support them. So I please ask that you go ahead and take time to do that. It's critical for the work that we do every single day. So last meeting, which was, I believe, November, Happy New Year, we reviewed the requirements of the state agency's responsibility. And these puzzle pieces all fit together and just talk about what we as a state agency are required to do. It's called supervision of our LEAs and through the state. And all these puzzle pieces fit together to improve outcomes for students with disabilities. Last meeting, we talked about our state performance plan, our annual performance report, which is the bottom piece on the right. And that, again, talks about how we are doing as a state in specific areas called indicators that we must report to our federal government every year and show that we are making consistent progress to improve outcomes for students with disabilities. So the performance indicators, and we stopped showing it this way because to me it's not a very good perspective to look. It's not a good way to look at data this way. And so last time we talked really about the story. We talked about some of our outcomes and improvements from preschool. We brought in last year our ACSE, our early childhood special ed technical assistance providers. We talked about the growth from preschool that we saw over time. We went through some of our data related to graduation and dropout and explained that data doesn't truly tell a story unless you really sit down and explain the story. So one things we were looking at the graduation rate and we're trying to look at why the graduation rate had dropped. Well, we also found that we had tens of thousands of more students with disabilities in this year, so that the denominator changes, and that's why the picture changes. So one of the areas I'd like to just review that we didn't have data for was our state assessment data. And I know it looks a little confusing because there's subsets of each area. And so I just wanted to show you that Indicator 3 has 24 separate targets, and it's broken down by grade levels, by 3 grade levels. And for Indicator 3A, we met, it's a participation data point. And so we have met it, the participation rate for 4th grade, and we're really close for grade 8 and 11, but that's Indicator 3A. 3B was the first time since anybody can remember in the history of California that the first time we met all targets for all grades in reading, which is a huge accomplishment. But we did not meet for math, and that's why you see the yes/no. So we're going to continue focusing on our achievement for reading, but clearly math is an area where the state needs to improve. For 3C, we're meeting the target for both 8th and 11th grade in ELA and math, but not for 4th grade. So it's broken down into specific subsets by grade level. So 3D is the last indicator, and what that tells us is not only are we meeting the target for all grade levels in both ELA and math, but we continue to trend down, and what that means is we're closing that achievement gap. We want to see the numbers go down in this area. So although we have a lot of work to do, we're seeing the movement in the correct direction. We also were missing our preschool indicator data, and that not only looks at pre-academic skills, but also social emotional well-being, et cetera. So we look at the whole child when we look at preschool. And this data was also missing. And when we looked at the LRE data last time, we saw over, I believe it was over 5,000 additional preschoolers being included in a general education setting and receiving their services in that general education setting. So we saw great growth in this. But we saw some negative trend in the individual student outcomes. So when a teacher works with a student and assesses their overall progress through the year, we saw some decline in scores. And so again, as you know, good data managers as we are, we worked with our Department of Developmental Services to also look at data across the board, not just for students who are receiving their services in schools, but also through the regional center, and saw a very similar trend there. And so what the result of that is we are, and can only truly surmise at this time, is we had during this time is when we also had the wildfires that were sweeping through Southern California. And one of the outcomes and one of the results from our Department of Developmental Services was that they feel, and CDE also has the same feeling, that this truly did have an impact on parents. Number one, either sending their students to a preschool setting, but more importantly, how does the environment and truly the tragedies that are happening affect our students, even our youngest learners. So we're really looking at that data to figure out the why of the drop, but also really looking forward to looking at next year's data to see if we do see an improvement. Was that a one-year anomaly? We're also working with our data folks at the DRDP to look at inter-rater reliability on who is assessing our students. Is it only our education specialists? Are we having our partners in our general education environments also look at assessing them? Then to look at how they both assess it to truly get an accurate, to get accurate data. So we're looking at lots of areas for our preschool students, but one of the things we do know, and I was just talking with our DRDP data folks yesterday, and the data is clear that students who are included at that preschool level as appropriate have better outcomes over the years. So that trend still is there. And the last thing is general supervision, which is basically a correction of non-compliance within 1 year. California is required to work with all LEAs to make sure that when the data comes in, if it is non-compliant, school districts have 1 year to correct the data. So we have been working with them successfully to do that, but we still have long way to go. I also wanted to make sure that everybody watching, listening, participating today understands that the data is complicated. And so what we've done is to work with one of our leads again, our SIL lead, System Improvement Leads, to create with CDE documents for our constituents, for our families, for our teachers, for everybody to understand what these indicators are, what they mean, and why are they important. So each, if you go on CDE's website, Seeds of Partnerships website, SIL's website, all these documents are available so that you can just take it apart piece by piece and say, why is it important? Why do we look at graduation rate? What does that data tell us? These are updated with current data. And then it gives you the opportunity also, if you go in, there's QR codes, there's links, for you to ask questions, for you to comment, for you to say, you know, I'm looking at the target, I feel the target is too low, or I feel the target, you know, we want feedback because this year is the year where what we call as rebenching. And this is the year where we as a state are setting targets for the next 6 years for our students with disabilities. So if you look back on those blue documents with the data, it says, did we meet the target, yes or no? Those targets are created by us at the state of California. We take a lot of information into consideration. We look at other large states to see, comparable populations, English language learners, duly identified students, and we create targets as a community on where we feel our students with disabilities should be, where we need to go, and how do we adequately make progress towards. So when you see the yes and no, whether we met those targets, we create those targets, and we're hoping that you all will be part of that process in the coming months. Again, these targets are available. If you have the links on the bottom, it says the handouts and the feedback forms are here. Please feel free to click that link, but also if you are watching and don't have access, please go to our website and you'll be able to access these documents as well as provide feedback. For many of you who are involved in the in LEAs, right now is our monitoring, what we call kickoff time for the Department of Education. We send what we call as ADL, which is our annual determination letters, not activities of daily living. When I was in the school districts, that's what it was. But we call these letters ADLs, and basically they guide our districts and allow them the opportunity to look at their data as a whole for their specific district, let them know what monitoring level they are in from the state of California and where they will participate this year. So this is all happening this year, and remember the SIM that we have is the 3-year process. And so LEAs are identified in either intensive monitoring, where they need the most support from CDE and our technical assistance providers, such as SIP that was here today. And then we also have small school monitoring, which because our smalls and rurals have a very different population, maybe 1 or 2 students with disabilities, their monitoring cycle looks a little different and their monitoring pieces look a little different, where we have maybe 1 or 2 students might really affect the data changes. So these are for districts that have under 100 students. Next, I'm just going to briefly talk about our state and budget updates. I know a lot of you probably have been watching the news and hearing what's happening. Again, on this slide here, if you have access to the slides, AB 560 and SB 373 are linked. So if you want the actual language of the law, just click on that link, or you can also go to the Assembly or the Senate's website, type it in, and the law will pop up. So again, these bills are chaptered bills that CDE is continuing to work on from the last legislative session. Assembly bill, that's where the AB comes from, is Don Addis, is the assembly member who introduced this bill, and it talks specifically about creating recommendations for the adult to pupil ratios in a classroom for students with disabilities. And again, this is where the state superintendent will create recommendations for this pupil to student ratio. And then 373, and I'll go over where we are in the process for both of these. 373 is from Senator Grove and really talks about new requirements for LEAs and CDE regarding our out-of-state placements. So our students who might be placed in another state due to the program, the residential program in another state being more appropriate as determined by the IEP. So we want to make sure that our students who are placed out of state receive proper care, proper education, proper oversight, and so some of this work will continue for CDE for this next year. So again, specifically 560 that's Assemblymember Addis, very, very big supporter of CDE and our students with disabilities. She also is the one who authored the change for terminology from emotional disturbed to emotional disability, a great ally that we have. And again, 560 directs the state superintendent to develop and publish maximum adult to pupil staffing ratios. And we also recently just had a webinar. So we have a webinar to just inform the constituents in the community what 560 is, what the responsibility is of the department, how you can be involved, if you want to be involved, et cetera. So we had our first just informational webinar. And then we're working to get a dedicated webpage online for constant updates of the work that we're doing with 560, and then for people to be able to provide feedback on this bill. We want to make sure that all our voices are heard, from our teachers to our administrators to our students, everybody who has, we want to hear your voice. So this website is actually being hopefully published in the next week, where you'll be able to do that, and then we're going to have an opportunity for people to provide feedback constantly. So on the bottom left of your screen is the information that we recorded that webinar. That should be up on the website. So if you have time, please tune into that webinar. And this is the bill from Senator Grove, and again, it's impacting both LEAs, SELPAs, and CDE. One of the few, I think, important points to highlight is that LEAs will have quarterly telephone check-ins with each student placed by their LEA. So that way there is some privacy, some confidentiality to make sure that the student is constantly checked in on. They're not placed in a school, not left there. So there's also going to be annual in-person meetings, which require the LEA to do some on-site monitoring, consistent with a private interview, depending on the student's abilities to communicate, how they're going to communicate. So every piece of that is being taken into consideration when when meetings will happen between LEAs and students placed. There's also going to be an opportunity to spend some time with students as appropriate to discuss procedural rights and safeguards. Do they know what that is? Do they know how that applies to them? That is also in the bill. As far as impacts to CDE for this monitoring, so beginning July 1st of 2026, we also are requiring a review of restraint and seclusion policies before we will certify any non-public school. In California, we have a law that prohibits the use of prone restraint, and we are making sure at every opportunity that all our schools, whether they are non-public or private or public, understand that that is a law in California. So now some current budget updates. So as many of you know, the governor released his proposed budget, and it is AB 1563 or Senate Bill 879. And the good news is, and our state superintendent talked about this yesterday, there's a proposal for $509 million of Prop 98 funding going specifically to special education. And when you hear the term equalization, what that means is that our state SELPAs, who are positioned throughout the state, will all receive the same amount of money. And in the past, it was decided that maybe if you were in an urban, you might need more money. If you were in a rural, you might need less. Well, our students' needs are their needs no matter where they live. So in the past few years, we've made great strides, and the governor's really put his commitment out there by basically all SELPAs will receive $999 per pupil on top of COLA. So we won't know, and again, this is a proposal. So this is exciting, but we'll have to wait till May, when we call the May revise, which is final, to see what the actual dollar amount is. But truly, this is a good sign that our legislators and our governor are committed to our students with disabilities. Another document we look at is called Trailer Bill. And one of the pieces that came out in addition to the governor's proposal in the trailer bill was an extension for the encumbrance for SIP, who just presented today, to use the funding that CDE has provided for an additional year. They still have additional monies. They would like to continue to continue the outreach, continue the support to LEAs, and we are asking, and it is in the bill, that they have an additional year to encumber the funds from the past 5 years. Now the hot topics of the proposal to realign the governance structure of CDE. So again, for you who may want a background, there was the report came out from PACE in 2025 that really talked about looking at the, I believe they used the word fragmented oversight structure of CDE. When we have the State Board of Education, we have the State Superintendent of Public Instruction. We have lots of different entities, and there was a concern brought up from the PACE report of the oversight and how to best oversee the functions of CDE. So what some of the proposal includes that the governor and the SBE would have oversight of CDE. Now remember, again, this is a proposal, but this is what I think a lot of people are talking about right now, and that there would be an education commissioner in addition to the State Superintendent of Public Instruction. So that position would be separate. Don't know the exact details of it yet. That should be coming out, but this is just a proposal. And with that, I think a lot of people ask about funding, and no additional funding would be needed for this change. They're looking at a transfer of authority. January 1st is the proposed date. And then some people are actually saying maybe this would be a good idea to be in a separate bill because it's very detailed. There's a lot of information. And so that is, some of the information that we're hearing too. And again, so there are details. There are many, many pages in the trailer bill if you are interested in looking in that, but I think it would be remiss if I didn't at least mention that today. For us in special education, we are continuing to do our jobs regardless. We are bound by federal law, IDEA. I showed that slide prior with the puzzle pieces, and we will continue to have the requirements in those areas and continue to make sure that we are improving outcomes for students with disabilities. Just a few additional outreach opportunities. Dr. Leibach Aman and I will be doing a webinar on AB 1938, which talks about LRE for a deaf and hard of hearing student, including students who may be blind or low vision, and also talk about the considerations and the requirements that were passed in this law from 1938. So please feel free to hop online. We are truly excited to finally get this presentation going. We've had to delay it a few times, but super excited. So hopefully you'll join us in this webinar. We always want to make sure that the webinar series from our Seeds of Partnership is out in our community. Please make sure that we have monthly meetings. The topics are from recommendations, from suggestions from our constituents, and also from what we see at CDE with regards to data and needs. So please feel free. Every month we're still holding these seminars, and we're truly probably about 200 people participating. So the interest is still there and still growing. We do have a session coming up March 25th, day 3 for our duly identified students, and that term is used for students who have disabilities who are also English language learners. A lot of focus this year has been on supporting our needs of our duly identified students, supporting the needs of reclassification, training our LEAs on what that means, how to do it, etc. So for our practitioners out there, we have our 3rd session. Please feel free to come in. And as always, I always want to put in a plug for our Constituent Support Office. Again, this office is for everybody in our state to call in if there's questions, if you have concerns. We really want you to reach out to our office, and we can assist you in resolving any issues that you might have, or refer you to the appropriate personnel, whether it's in the LEA or whether it's within CDE, or as an outside resource from our Pathways to Partnership who conduct alternative dispute resolution opportunities as well. So we're always trying to make sure that our community and our constituents know of the Constituent Support Office and reach out to us at any time. And the last thing I wanted to do was just quickly go over, yesterday was quite an amazing celebration. Again, wanted to thank the SED team for putting on that amazing celebration for our participants, for Chair Notch, for your presentation, for Commissioner Donato Saab, and everybody who participated in some way to that celebration. But wanted to take a moment to talk about the proclamation that was presented yesterday. And this proclamation was something that has been a long time coming. And I'd love Commissioner Chair Notch if you could come up. And what this proclamation was, we didn't really have time to go through it yesterday. And what it is a proclamation from the California Department of Education and the California State Board of Education recognizing November as IDEA month in the state of California. And so I'm going to, I know yesterday was, we didn't have time to read it, but I think it is very important that it be read, be heard, and be processed. So I'm going to ask our chair to read this so that we have this documented. Oh, do you need this mic?
I can use. Thank you. Proclamation, California Department of Education and California State Board of Education recognizing November 2025 as, IDEA. The script, sorry, it was, of course it says IDEA. IDEA month in California, commemorating 50 years since the signing of the Education for All Handicapped Children Act, later renamed the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. Whereas on November 29, 1975, the President of the United States signed Public Law 94-142, the Education for All Handicapped Children Act, guaranteeing for the first time a free, appropriate public education to eligible children with disabilities in what is now known as the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, codified at 20 U.S.C. Section 1400, etc. Whereas IDEA and its implementing regulations, including 34 Code of Federal Regulations, Part 300 and Part 303, ensure foundational rights such as child find, timely and appropriate evaluations, an individual education program, IEP, in the least restrictive environment, procedural safeguards, and meaningful parent and student participation. Whereas IDEA has expanded over 5 decades to strengthen early intervention under Part C, transition services to post-secondary education, employment, and independent living, and equitable access to inclusive, culturally and linguistically responsive education. Whereas California school districts, county offices of education, charter schools, and special education local plan areas, SELPAs, in partnership with families, students, educators, and community agencies, work collaboratively to uphold the promise of IDEA across our diverse communities. Whereas the California Department of Education and the California State Board of Education are committed to advancing high expectations, standards-based instruction, appropriate support, and improved outcomes for infants, toddlers, children, and youth with disabilities from birth through age 22. Whereas the 50th anniversary of IDEA is a milestone to honor the advocacy of families and students with disabilities, celebrate the dedication of educators and service providers, and commit to continuous improvement and equity in special education. Whereas November provides an opportunity to elevate public awareness of disability history and civil rights, highlight inclusive practices that benefit all learners, and recognize the leadership of students with disabilities across California. Now therefore be it proclaimed that California Department of Education and the California State Board of Education hereby recognize November 2025 as IDEA Month in California to commemorate 50 years of progress since the signing of Public Law 94-142 to reaffirm California's commitment to IDEA and the continual advancement of inclusive, accessible, and standards-based education for all students with disabilities. Adopted this 18th day of February 2026, signed by Tony Thurmond, State Superintendent of Public Instruction, California Department of Education, and Linda Darling Hammond, President, California State Board of Education.
There you go.
Thank you. So with that, that's the best way to leave it. I'm happy to take some questions. Commissioner Graff.
So in terms of the performance indicators, you said moving forward, you're going to be, setting new targets and so forth. But given the current situation with the federal government, what impact might that have as California determines its indicators? And I know there's some in here that, there's 0 targets because of the current situation. I mean, will California more or less have its own targets? So anyway, just given the situation with the federal government right now.
So California also has specific laws that follow IDEA. So regardless, we will move forward with assessing, improving, and continuing to set goals and targets for all of those areas. We're unwavering in that commitment.
Very good. Thank you.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
Thank you for your presentation, and I'm so grateful for slides that allows. I need the visual, so thank you so much for all the information. And I just wanted to I'm glad that you were able to highlight the webinar that's coming up for the AB 1938 for the deaf and hard of hearing and blind and visually impaired students. They have very unique placement needs, and I think it would be good to get that information out to everyone in the state. So I'm excited to join that, and I think maybe we'll learn a little bit more in today's later presentation about how these things look in practice. I also wanted to thank you because I was getting a lot of emails recently about the family outreach and what's available in terms of showing families what it is that we can do when we come up against, we feel like barriers in our districts or in our schools, and how to get support. And that's something that's very new to my mind, and I think very refreshing. And so I'm very grateful for that. And also, being a family from Davis, we are also very keep our eye on what's going on with non-public schools, and so I'm grateful to see what's going forward in terms of monitoring and making sure our students are safe. I know a lot of families who have had their kids in out-of-state non-public schools, and I know that they appreciate seeing more monitoring and more things to make sure that they're all safe. And then lastly, I just wanted to say thank you for the reading the proclamation. 50 years is really not a long time. And so as much as we are all here pushing to do more and better, we have come so far. And so I'm very grateful to live in this state and to have my kid who has her various needs being met because of where we are and because of the educators and the administration who support her and the other students in her schools. And so I just want to remind everyone that, we are in a good place to be, and I'm very grateful. So thank you.
Commissioner Ruiz.
Thank you. Dr. Heenan, I appreciate your steadiness and the deep responsibility you carry for us all, especially for the families who've been historically, chronically, and culturally overlooked while navigating something as emotionally heavy and complicated as special ed. You make it easier for us to keep going and it matters more than you know. I just thank you for your leadership, and I never take it for granted.
You, Commissioner.
Scanning for other commissioner comments. Seeing none, thank you again so much for your report. And we will move into public comment for this item. If there are any members of the public who wish to speak on this item who are in the room, please begin lining up at the podium. And we will also put the public comment slide up for members who want to call in using the participant access code. Not seeing any commenters in the room. We'll give it a little bit more time for those who wish to call in before closing this item. Do we have any callers? No callers. Thank you. So that closes item 10. And on our schedule, commissioners, you'll see that we are in a bit of a time crunch. So as we took a break earlier, I'm wondering if we are okay with moving straight into our next presentation. Seeing nods? Wonderful, thank you. So we will go into item 7, a presentation from the ARC of California. And the presenters are, our presenter is Jordan Lindsay, Executive Director of the ARC of California. So I will yield the floor to you.
Hello, everybody. I am Jordan Lindsay. I'm Executive Director of the ARC of California. And first, just very much appreciate the invitation to come and speak with you all. It's an honor to be here. And I've been asked to come to talk a little bit about what the ARC does, who we are, tell you a little bit about our public policy priorities, what we see for the intellectual and developmental disability community. And then at the end of my presentation, which won't be very long, I'm going to give an announcement for the first time, brand new news as of this morning, which I'm excited to share. The ARC of California, our mission, to promote and protect the human rights of people with intellectual and developmental disabilities and actively support their full inclusion and participation in the community throughout their lifetime. The ARC is a national federation. We have 20 local chapters here in California, many in the districts and the regions that you all come from. We have a national office in Washington, D.C., which is very active and involved, especially right now, in our special education community, civil rights laws, and much of what we're going to talk about later in the presentation as well. Our grassroots reach in the state of California is over 100,000, mostly parents, and also individuals with disabilities themselves, individuals who are direct support care providers, and service providers throughout the state. The community is currently much more heavily predominantly in the adult services world, parents of individuals who are adults or individuals who are adults themselves. And I think what we're going to talk about in a little bit is that's a reflection of some of the grassroots voids in California. And we're going to talk a little bit about that. Just quickly background on some of the things we do, and this is important leading into the rest of our discussion. The ARC of California, while we are heavily involved in legislative advocacy, while we're heavily involved in public policy, legislation, and other types of advocacy, really what we are, we're community organizers. And the ARC of California brings communities together, primarily the intellectual and developmental disability community and sub-communities within that, to create power for that voice, to create more voices, to create change through community organizing. Some ways we've done that is the 3 items you see There are Caring Futures, our Disco at the Capitol, and L-ARC to California. Caring Futures specifically, this was and is a project and program that was originally launched by the California Department of Aging, focusing on aging caregivers of adults with developmental disabilities, a community that has been largely underserved, largely forgotten, and isolated. And so we wanted to create community resources and training specifically for aging caregivers, and we've been able to successfully do that in creating training such as creating a future plan for the individual for their child, and to create community and networks for those aging caregivers to connect with. Disco at the Capitol, DISCO being short for Disability Community, is not only an annual event in front of the Capitol where we bring, last year was about 700 individuals with disabilities and caregivers and parents together, but there are also local DISCOs around the state as well. And while this is aimed to be a joyful event, it is also one that is a power building event where the community gets to speak directly with legislators in their offices or elsewhere, and we have another one coming up in May, which we are very excited about. And this is in partnership with, I should mention our other partners here, Easter Seals, United Cerebral Palsy, and the Association of Regional Center Agencies in California, creating DISCO at the Capitol. Last year, we were fortunate to have the superintendent was scheduled to be on, and the assistant superintendent joined us to speak a little bit about activities that were happening at the federal level, and spoke to all 700 individuals that were there that day. Finally, I want to talk a little about L-ARC to California, and this will all come together, especially L-ARC to California. So in our special education activities that we're going to be involved in. So handful of years back, we noticed that the Latino disability community, specifically the Spanish-speaking disability community across California, had local champions, had local leaders across the state. There were pockets, whether that was a mom's group meeting in a living room, a really powerful Facebook group, or there was an organization that had nonprofit status and was already maybe providing services themselves, specifically serving California's Latino disability community. What the community did not have was a statewide presence. And so what we were successfully able to do through L-ARC to California, starting 3 years ago, is create a table where we would bring about 40 to 50 leaders from across the state, all with networks themselves. The criteria was you can mobilize at least 50 people to take action. That if you can mobilize at least 50 people in the Latino disability community to take action, we would bring you to the table, and we aligned everybody on priorities. What was progress for the Latino disability community? What were some of the outcomes of that? We wanted to share, we'll show in a little bit a bill that was just signed and that was just put into action a few months ago. We'll show you a little bit about that. The community is extremely powerful now, able to advocate for legislative changes, advocate with the Department of Developmental Services here in California for changes. And the community and the coalition, which is what it is, continues to grow through their networks, bringing thousands of people across the state together through their communications. Some items we want to highlight for you as we listen to our stakeholders around the state and our grassroots community. What do they continually tell us in the intellectual and developmental disability community are the top priorities? What should we as the ARC of California be advocating for? There's a lot of uncertainty about there. We've already heard it from some comments earlier today. With changes at the federal level, with uncertain budgets at the state level, parents, individuals with disabilities are feeling a tremendous anxiety and uncertainty about the future. Many of the programs and services that the disability community has relied on for decades, IDEA being one of them, 504 being another, are under attack in many ways, and there's a lot of anxiety. Medicaid and Medi-Cal, which many people with disabilities, of course, rely on not only for healthcare, but for long-term supports and services as well, and also as a funder in many of our special education services, of course. There's high concern around Medicaid, and of course in California that being called Medi-Cal. Housing, affordable and accessible housing is always at the top of the list and remains out of reach for many people with disabilities, and if that has tremendous impact for a student as they transition out of high school as well. There is concern around disruption to services due to immigration enforcement. There is absolutely that concern, and we are hearing more and more so that there are individuals and families who are not receiving services right now due to concern around immigration enforcement, as well as caregivers who are not being able to go to work for fear of even leaving their home. And caregivers needing support. If you are a caregiver or a parent, this is not new news to you. Support for caregivers themselves. Couple of legislative updates that we want to share with you. These are items that we were involved with last year that we sponsored, and they were able to be put into law. The first one is around oral health. Not going to go too much into that, but just let you know that that is an item that the ARC of California is very involved in, as well as individuals with developmental disabilities often experience challenges in accessibility, especially accessibility standards to quality oral health. AB 2423, this is one I do want to get into a little bit about, because this goes back to El Arc de California and the organizing effort we were able to put together with the Latino disability community. When we brought everyone together, all the leaders together across the state, and they said, what do you all see as an alignment, a priority, an issue that impacts all of your networks across the state, not just you locally or regionally or your regional center, if we're talking school district, your district, but everybody. And it was denials in this case at regional centers. And they wanted more transparency into denials. And so the coalition was able to get Assembly Member Dr. Joaquin Arambula, to sponsor a bill, AB 2423, to talk about transparency in denials. They're currently, this is very small, I'll explain a little bit of what this is. This is, talk about appeals. This data around appeals is already captured by the California Department of Developmental Services, and it was already published. It will show by regional center. There's 21 regional centers across the state. How many appeals were filed, what were closed, what were open, and if you go a step further, you can get into demographics. Based on appeals, what was the ethnicity and race of all of the appeals? Thousands of appeals across the state. So we get granular data on this. By primary language, appeals by age group. What AB 2423 will do now is get the exact same type of granular data on denials, if you were denied a service. I bring this up as only an example of what community organizing can do, what coalition building can do for accountability and oversight and enforcement for the services and supports that individuals with disabilities and their families so critically rely on. So we're excited to see that data in a couple years when it's finally reported, to see about denials based on regions and where that is happening. The ARC of California's Public Policy Committee has some priorities. Every year we establish, through a long process of discussion, we establish some priorities. I want to share those with you, and then going to end on one which we'll have some further discussion about. There has been progress, no doubt, in the last 3-4 years on funding for, in this case, specifically regional center services and supports and services that are paid through Medicaid, through regional centers, have been chronically underfunded for decades. We have been able to get significant investments, about $2.2 billion over the last 4 years, to increase the rates for supports and services. In a time of anxiety and a time of uncertainty that we already discussed, we want to protect the progress that has been made. We talked about, in that progress, there has also been a bill that was passed, AB 2423, not going to get into it. Too specifically, it's about rates that service providers across the state are funded and we want to advance. There's a COLA in many services under Prop 98 and others. There is not any type of COLA for regional center services, and we believe that there should be. Employment and housing continue, as I already mentioned. Housing employment also is always at the top of the list. Employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities as they come out of high school. What are the employment opportunities? Working with, there was a blueprint many years ago, if some of you recall, between California Department of Education, Department of Rehabilitation, and Department of Developmental Services. And if you were around at that time, much of that blueprint still remains to be not fully implemented. And so we're going to continue to chip away. What are the ways that we continue to improve employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities? Financial security, public safety, and hate crime prevention, and education. I mentioned that the ARC of California has, for the last couple decades, been really involved with adult services. And I think we have unfortunately neglected a bit of the K-12 advocacy. And we see other states, other state chapters of the ARC around the country who are heavily involved in the advocacy world in special education. And the power that can happen when parent voices across the state are unified, united, and aligned on public policy priorities. One of our Public Policy Committee priorities for this year is to begin a power building and advocacy movement for California's special education community, focusing on parent leaders across the state. We will advocate to protect students' rights under the IDEA in Section 504, regardless of fluctuating federal oversight. Advocate for student and family access to transition planning services, to inclusive college and pathways to post-high school employment opportunities. That's our stated public policy priority. What is that going to look like this year? And we hope to do so in collaboration with all of you as a critical advocacy component in California, as well as CDE. Well, what are we up against? I'm sure that you know that 9 states across the country have renewed their attack on Section 504 and are trying to eliminate and undermine Section 504. The ARC of the United States is involved in litigation and was in the first round of the attack on Section 504, where we successfully pushed back in court. The ARC, along with a few other organizations, will continue to litigate and try to fight the attack on Section 504. However, it is under attack, and the that federal safeguard is not a sure thing. Additionally, we want to highlight that just a week and a half ago, Senator Bernie Sanders requested, as the Federal Office of Education is being dismantled, as all of us know, and as the OSERS, as the Federal Office of Special Education, is also being dismantled, going from around 200 employees at one point down to about 4 employees in the Federal Office of Special Education. What is happening as a result? Senator Bernie Sanders requested that the Government Accountability Organization look at what's happening now at the Office of Special Education. And they found, and released a report a week and a half ago, that 90% of the complaints being sent to the federal office are being dismissed. That's over 9,000 discrimination complaints. That's dismissed without review. So there is no more, as of right now, credible federal enforcement or oversight of the IDEA, a safeguard for parents at the federal level. We believe that a critical next step is that parents need to create their own accountability and oversight in the state of California and at the federal level. We believe that parents are not currently well organized, well trained. Well, many are well trained, and there are opportunities through PTIs and CACs, which we want to bring at the local level together at statewide level to create a coalition where we can then ensure that there is accountability and oversight enforcement. As we know, and I know you know, that California unfortunately has continued to rank fairly low in the nation on a couple categories in special education. So those are all the things that we are up against. We mentioned what we believe is the answer is coalition building for parent leaders. So I am very excited to announce that as of this morning, Assemblywoman Stephanie Wynn has introduced AB 2189. The bill is also authored by Assemblyman Jeff Gonzalez, and the bill aims to create a statewide special education, parent, advocacy, and training network. And the bill would fund a grant through the California State Council on Developmental Disabilities. The grant would then be administered out to an organization or organizations who would do coalition building across the state, bring parent leaders across the state together in collaboration with, not in contest with, but in collaboration with the California Department of Education, Department of Developmental Services, Department of Rehab, PTIs, CACs, SELPAs, to create a coalition that can align on 1, 2, 3 singular priorities that all districts, that all regions, that all parents can find that this is a priority that we can move forward together with to make change at the state and or federal level to improve outcomes for students with disabilities. We're extremely excited about this opportunity. We believe that AB 2189 is going to be a catalyst for parents across the state. When we talk about the family outreach that we were just talking about, that would be something to support the California Department's, the CDE's ability to reach parents across the state. So that instead of 200 parents coming to a webinar, there'd be 2,000 parents coming to a webinar. That instead of 3 parents coming to a committee hearing at the state capitol, it'd be 300 parents coming to a committee hearing at the state capitol to support change, to support funding, to support progress for students with disabilities. We've seen the model work before, and we're extremely excited to partner with all of you. We hope that you will enthusiastically support AB 2189, authored by Assemblywoman Stephanie Wynn, as it goes through the process. As I mentioned, this is a top priority for the ARC of California this year. And as we reach out across the state to leaders and to organizations, we hope to gain significant support across the state and momentum as we reach out to parents and leaders across the state in special education. That concludes my presentation. Happy to have a discussion, answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I will turn to commissioners in here and online to see if there are any comments. I see Commissioner Ruiz.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I appreciate what the ARC does. I have a son who's 27. He turns 27 Sunday. And I've said a million times that our children are children until they're 18, and then we're in the adult world after that. And so it's all so important. And I know so much of the work we do in the commission revolves around student outcomes. And they're so important, but again, it's the after 18 stuff that is forever. So I just appreciate what the ARC is bringing. Also, I am super excited about what you're saying about the parents, because I really believe that our people with disability outcomes are only as strong as their supporters, which are usually parents, but also grandparents, whoever the caretakers are that can help navigate that. And I'm also the commissioner that reps PTIs and FECs, so I'd love to talk more about that with you. Just overall applaud your deep sense of creating partnership with everybody, because it really does take a village. It really does take everybody to be on board and to just break the mold of what this life looks like. You know, it should be bright and vibrant and free, and they should have all the best. And I really feel that that's what you're trying to create and sustain. So thank you so much.
Thank you, and looking forward to working with you, absolutely.
Commissioner Sorter.
Thank you for your presentation. This morning, we talked about belonging. And it's not just belonging at school, but it's also belonging within your community. My sister-in-law is 65. She spent most of her life at Fairview State Hospital until it was closed down a few years ago. And her parents, who are still alive, are 92 and 91. And so living their full Blues Ode life, but caring for their daughter, who's 65, and us now taking over her care. And so looking and hearing about Caring Futures and all the webinars and trainings that you provide, because again, most of the parents are getting older. Everyone's living longer, and what does that care look like in community and participation look like? So thank you for all of the opportunities that you are providing for families as they age.
Commissioner Wilkins.
I just also want to echo what the other commissioners have said, and to say, like, in my day job, I work for the Department of Developmental Services, overseeing education programs in our state-operated facilities. And we have a joint with Desert Arc in Riverside with one of our state-operated facilities, and seeing our CTE programs and adult education programs and being able to work with Desert Arc in competitive integrated employment and really developing those skills is so instrumental, and seeing that partnership really develop has really reduced people coming back to our facilities and has really improved and enhanced their abilities to be self-determined in the community and supported community reintegration. And so I think these partnerships can be so beautiful, and I really appreciate all the work that you're doing to help foster those.
Love to hear they're working with Desert Arc. That's great.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
Thank you so much for your presentation and all your work. I was excited to see some of the legislation that you were talking about and promoting, including the transparency on the Department of Rehab. Am I saying that right? The
Department of Developmental Services.
Yes, of the denials for that. I know that's always a big confusing area for a lot of our families. But mostly I wanted to thank you for bringing up, you were saying today's bill that was introduced about coalition building, because as you said, and not everyone realizes, there is so much that is happening in this country right now about that is really harming so many people, but specifically for our group here, those with disabilities, and those federal levels are not secure anymore. That sense of what we used to have as far as the supports for our families based on the law and the those who would uphold the law. And so it is exciting to see that we are not going to wait around for things to change, and that you are helping families come together and build these coalitions that I believe will bridge political divides, because when it comes down to our kids, I think that's where we can all find common ground. And I think that's when people see who it affects and how it affects them, that they will come together and do what's right. So that gives me hope. So thank you so much for bringing that to our attention.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you so much for doing this presentation. I really appreciate it. So I really support parent advocacy and education, so I'm glad to hear about that bill, because parents really need to know like what their rights are and be more informed. Also, as you know, I read your letters and attend some of your webinars, and one thing that you have right now is the Keeping California Promise, meet the candidates. I think that's so important. And if you want to tell us a little bit about that, because I think we need to know the people we are voting for and those who understand the needs of people with disability.
Thank you for bringing that up for anybody interested. Yes, we're interviewing all the candidates for governor and ask them specifically about their views and priorities for California's disability community, including questions about California's special education community. So you can watch all of the ones we have done and watch the ones that are upcoming.
And what I like about that too is that some of the moderators and people asking the questions are people with disability. So they are involved. So I think that's really good. Thank you.
And I just want to re-emphasize what you brought up and what I mentioned before, that when it comes to AB 2189, there are certainly parent training opportunities through PTIs and others around the state. What we see as an opportunity here is to create that statewide table, to bring those locals all together and to say, hey, what is everybody seeing? What are all parents challenged with special education right now, and how can we move forward all together? Not to replace any of the current trainings that are available, really to supplement, to create a strong network across the state where parents can have outreach with each other, and that the network is strong and the coalition is strong.
Scanning for any other comments?
I've been patiently waiting back here.
Oh, apologies, Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I also am the parent of a disabled, now 9th grader. She just turned 15. And I'm so happy to hear of your new priority around supporting school-aged children. I've always thought of ARC as supporting adults with disabilities, and I have seen more and more from your social media that it seems to be you're expanding beyond that. And I just think that, you know, the school years are so important, and it's nice to have another resource like that and support. And I also feel like our disabled kids are always aging in and out of different systems and service providers. And so it feels like having the full spectrum, connecting the supports for the full lifespan and connecting all of the organizations involved in that is really helpful, and helps it feel a little less disjointed. And I also am really excited to hear about the organization around parents and helping us advocate better. I do think that there are a lot of great parents with a lot of information and really trying to advocate, but having organization around that and unifying that, I think, is really helpful to kind of bring us all together.
Thank you. Look forward to working with you.
Okay, not seeing any other comments. Thank you again for your presentation and all of the information.
Again, for the invitation. Appreciate it.
And we'll transition into public comment. If there are any members of the public who are in the room who wish to speak, you can begin lining up at the podium. And while we're waiting for that, we'll have the public comment slide up for anyone who wants to call in and use the participant access code.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Engelken, and I'm the Executive Director of the Sonoma County SELPA, and I just want to share how excited I am about this new legislation. I see significant ramifications for our statewide alternative dispute resolution efforts and our leads as we partner with parents and across agencies just to ensure timely resolution of any conflict. And I look forward as the current co-chair of our legislation committee in partnering with ARC. Very interested in learning more about the legislation and see this as an expansion of the continuum of supports.
Not seeing anyone else in the room. Do we have any callers? Okay, no callers, so we will close this item and move to item 8, a presentation on the Deaf and Hard of Hearing program in Sonoma County. Very, very excited for a large group of phenomenal presenters. So I will invite you all to come up, and we are excited to hear what you have to share.
Yeah, and then there's a video too, so it's going to be a little tough to see that video in a larger format, but it's all good.
Well, right.
We'll make this work.
All right. Oh, sorry. I was going to say we have a screen right here. Were you looking for us to be able to see the video? Yes.
Greetings once again. Greetings, Madam Chair, commissioners, student members, and the honorable legislative members of this committee. Again, I'm Elizabeth Engelken. I proudly represent the Sonoma County SELPA. We have 43 districts in Sonoma County, including our geographic districts and charter agencies. And I'm honored to be joined by our regionalized deaf and hard of hearing program. We have both primary and junior college educators with us today, our high-achieving students, and our very talented support staff. You'll soon have an opportunity to meet each of them, but first, we'd like you to enjoy this brief video.
Of the eggs. And they are a caterpillar, like inside the chrysalis, and it sleeps. And it starts to change. And it starts to grow wings. Big, big, this is small, small, small. This is short, short, short. And this is tall, tall, tall.
That's round. Can you spell that again?
Y.
How are you feeling today? How are you feeling today? Because we're going on
Oh,
a field
happy.
trip. Oh, happy. Do you want to add that one? What's another word that's kind of like happy? It's almost like it starts with your middle finger. Ah, Diego, nice job. What's that word, Diego?
Excited.
Excited. Awesome.
You weren't trying. Cool. That was perfect. Nice job, buddy. There you go.
Shapes.
And shapes. What are these ones? Shapes.
Shapes.
Excellent job. I missed you on that one. Good job.
Oh, good word.
Take your 2 R's off your forehead. Respect. Respect. November.
And wiggle it away from the mouth. That's a sign for dragon. But there is a difference. The D has more of a circle. Especially the first finger of the thumb.
Yesterday afternoon, your commission celebrated the historical significance and the impact of 50 years of the IDEA. The Individuals with Disabilities Education Act further led to life and systems-changing legislations in the field of DHH education, most importantly in the lives of deaf children, their families, and peers. In September of 1994, the Deaf Children's Bill of Rights ensured deaf and hard of hearing students be educated in environments respecting their communication mode. This specific LRE consideration promoted communication through the building of friendships, access to teachers and support staff fluent in their language, along with peer group in the DHH student community. 30 years later, and recently, in September of 2024, your member, the Honorable James Gallagher, introduced AB 1938, requiring each education agency to consider full language access of DHH and deaf and blind students in their Universal for Design for Learning and Inclusion efforts. And certainly not finally, but through our most recent updates of SB 210 in October of 2024, the language development milestones ensured more DHH students' achievement at age-appropriate language development levels by kindergarten readiness in age 5. As you meet this talented and collaborative team, consider the advances brought about by our advocacy of the past 50 years. And I agree with the earlier speaker, it hasn't been that long. So we do have much to celebrate. But this morning, I believe you'll see the immense possibilities as you witness our students, their bright eyes, as you learn from their signs and you see their engagement. I'd like to introduce our coordinator and teacher, Hani Kurla, who will introduce the team.
Good morning. My name is Hani, and my name sign is letter K. I have two roles. I'm the regional DHH program manager and also the DHH teacher in 4th through 6th grade. Before I present, I would like our Hidden Valley team to introduce themselves and also share their favorite signs. My favorite sign is seahorse. Take it away. Hello, I am Sarah. My name sign is the sign for light. I grew up here in California and went to Fremont School for Deaf from kindergarten through 12th grade. I'm an instructor of ASL at Santa Rosa Junior College, and I'm also the chair of the World Language Department. I work in support of Hidden Valley in partnership to provide the curriculum support and instruction with this team. It's very nice to meet you all. Oh, and my favorite sign is rainbow.
Hello, good morning. My name is Alvin. My name sign is Puffing of the Cheeks. It's an homage to the movie Alvin and the Chipmunks. My favorite sign is come on. Nice to meet you all. Okay. Good morning. My name is Axel. My name sign is a shaking X. I'm 12 years old. I'm in the 6th grade. I live in Healdsburg, and my favorite sign is joke. Nice to meet you all.
Good morning. My name is Diego, and my name sign is this. I live in Santa Rosa, and I'm in the 7th grade. I used to go to Hidden Valley, but I for preschool to 6th grade, and my favorite sign is dragon. Nice to meet you all.
Good morning. My name is Angel. My name sign is like this. I am 12 years old. I am in the 6th grade. My favorite sign is yellow. I live in Santa Rosa. Nice to meet you all.
Good morning. My name is Daisy. My name sign is the letter D tapped on the chest. I'm 11 years old. I'm in 6th grade, and I live in Santa Rosa. My favorite sign is attitude. Nice to meet you all. Good morning. My name is Brittany. My name sign is the letter B tapped on the chest. I'm 11 years old. I'm in 6th grade, and I live in Cloverdale. My favorite sign is frustrated. Nice to meet you. Good morning. My name is Jessica. My name sign is JS. I'm an assistant in the DHH classroom in 4th through 6th grade. And my favorite sign is I love you. Nice to meet you all.
Good morning, everybody. Let's see if I can do this. Did I advance it? Yes, you're all seeing that. This is our first time being here at ACSE, so thank you so much for having us. I would just like to express my appreciation to Heather Snipes for inviting us here this day, and also to ACSE in general for having us. We're kind of a small fish out in the world, but we are very happy to be in this more large ocean with all of you today. So thank you for having us. I'd also like to express my appreciation to the amazing SELPA Director, Sonoma County SELPA Director Elizabeth Engelken, as well as Andrea Wells, who is our Program Specialist DHH Liaison with the Sonoma County SELPA. They are amazing, and I do not know what we would do without them. Their support advocacy means the world, and I don't think we'd be here without them. So thank you so much. We're already late, I see that, so I know we don't have a ton of time to present today. We are a total communication program, and just a little background, we are actually older than IDEA. I know, that means we're pretty old. We are like 55, 56 years old. Our program has been at Hidden Valley, has been a regional DHH program for a very long time, and I learned sign language because of a student 30 years ago or so who went through that program and inspired me to learn sign language. Very grateful that we still exist with all the obstacles that have been in the way, and I want to show appreciation for all of the TOD, DHH teachers, all the staff that have come before us who've held Hidden Valley as a stronghold for that regional DHH program. There have been a lot of changes over the years. Our program might look different from year to year, depending upon the students that we have. That is what total communication is all about. You never know who you're gonna get. Box of chocolates, and you don't know if those students are going to be mostly spoken language, listening spoken language, or deaf, hard of hearing, and what their primary mode of communication is going to be. Right now, we have more students who are using ASL as their primary mode of communication, but as you saw today, we also have students who are hard of hearing, students who use both, and some students, they fluctuate back and forth. Some students learn sign language as a bridge as they're working on learning spoken language. And I'm just grateful for this small but mighty program that supports those students that without this program in Sonoma County, I don't know where these students would be. And we talk about critical mass in deaf education. Critical mass is sometimes hard to find with the deaf and hard of hearing world. And we are doing our best to maintain that critical mass at Hidden Valley Elementary School, partnering with 10 different districts at this time. And also, fortunately, bringing more capacity to our campus by partnering with the junior college, Santa Rosa Junior College. So a lot of our students are now learning, or a lot of our hearing students are now learning sign language thanks to that beautiful partnership. I'd like to give a shout out to Rome Romagnoli, who is the Dean of Academic Affairs and Language Arts at Santa Rosa Junior College, who's kind of my partner in crime. And when we started this partnership a few years ago, I was so grateful that she wanted to be a cheerleader for our program, and this partnership, I think, is what really has been able to help us foster inclusivity on campus, bring more peers to our deaf and hard of hearing students who are learning ASL, so they have more peers to communicate with and socialize with and learn from, and also bringing with this program, this partnership, deaf education as far as culture, identity. We have a deaf ASL instructor, Alvin, who you'll meet in a few minutes, who's amazing. We call him King Alvin because he's super popular and everybody loves him. And he brings just a wealth of knowledge and was born in Fiji, so he has a real understanding for many of our families who come from other countries as well. And then also Sarah Stallard, who's with us today, who is the dean, or the department chair of world languages. She's amazing, and sometimes we'll teach our family classes as well. As I think about what has been most significant or most impactful over the past few years, as we've worked on building this program and creating something that can support the needs of so many unique individuals, I'm truly grateful for this partnership with the Santa Rosa Junior College. Because of that partnership, we're able to teach not only our DHH students, deaf and hard of hearing students, sign language, deaf culture, deaf identity, but also being able to teach their families. For many of our families that come to us, this is the first time that they're learning to communicate with their own children. They've never had that ability before. So when I think about this program and I think about what warms my heart the most, it is absolutely watching children for the first time start to develop language and the ability to communicate with others around them, particularly with their families. And watching that unfold, watching that at our family ASL classes, watching that interactions with the families and their children, it is really beautiful, and I'm so grateful for that. And also watching, now that we have this partnership throughout our school, in every classroom, we have Alvin coming and teaching once a week. So now we have their kids coming up to our students and saying, "Hi, my name is." And I think about that trajectory starting, this is the end of our second year, starting that trajectory moving forward, where those kids will be when they're in 6th grade, those TKK students, where they're gonna be in 6th grade. I'm just really grateful for all of it. And I'm especially grateful to be part of a program with such dedicated individuals. I think we all feel that way across special education. Without the two other teachers that are back at Hidden Valley right now, holding down the fort, all of our support staff, we would not be where we are. Also grateful that we've been able to add deaf staff members to our program this year. And last year, we'll also able to, for the first time, have our DHH students participate in the district after-school daycare program. That is also building inclusivity, and it's just a beautiful thing to watch the students really start to interact with each other and thinking about that moving forward as well. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Sarah Stallard, who's going to talk a little bit more about creating a language-rich environment versus LRE, least restrictive environment. I'm gonna turn that slide for her. Oh, and I also forgot to say how important it is to have amazing certified educational interpreters. And because of the support of the SELPA, we have amazing, skilled, highly dedicated interpreters like we have here with us today. There are 2 of the interpreters that work with us in our program. And that is an amazing support that we have for our students and our families as well.
Testing, test. Hello again. As we all know, in special ed, we try to place students in the least restrictive environment where they have access to curriculum, learning, and their environment. That's what we envision, but what does it actually look like? If they don't have access to communication, and there are blocks there, for our deaf and hard of hearing students, least restricted environment is also an area where it could be a language-rich environment. And what would that look like? So a child at home playing after school, involved with sports, after-school organizations, does that child have direct access to develop relationships, understanding, exchange of dreams and ideas with their family, with their relatives, with their best friends, teammates? Does that child have that? Most children do. We need to see more of that in that child's life and provide access for them in that sense. And as well at school. They have opportunities all day where they could build on the environment that they have. Whether it's a child who speaks or a child who uses ASL, to have access to their OTs, to their music teachers, janitors, principals. We want to see those children in a language-rich environment where they can have direct conversations and exchange of ideas in sign language. So that's something we really need to keep in mind and keep developing a program like we have in partnership with Hidden Valley Elementary School. And Alvin will provide more information on that as well. And I'll call Alvin up to the podium.
Hello. I teach ASL. I am an instructor at the Santa Rosa Junior College in partnership with Hidden Valley. And I teach every day of the week. I teach 4 sets of students, the DHH students, in K through 6th grade. I also teach the general ed students in 1st to 6th grade every day of the week. The DHH staff as well. I teach them every Wednesday afternoon so that they can better develop their communication with the students at Hidden Valley. And lastly, I teach the families of the deaf children every Tuesday night. So this is some of the ASL curriculum we've developed. So we have the topics here for the DHH students in relation to feelings, emotions, verbs, nouns, classifiers. Then moving on to the ASL Parents Night. We have signs about safety, respect, just normal home signs to teach the parents so that they can communicate with their children at home. And then we have the general ed students as well. I teach every day of the week. We teach the ABCs, alphabet, numbers, different signs every day of the week. And then I teach the DHH staff as well. We cover English gloss. I teach them so that they can better communicate with the students about their lives at home. So this is an example. I want to shine a light on our students right now, their hard work. They work on these examples and record themselves for the other students. So this is an example of what a slide looks like for the general ed students. If you click in the corner, you'll see a link with in-depth information. So this is another example of what it looks like for the general ed student slide. So I teach them every day of the week. So I usually have a picture and also a GIF on the sides to help them understand and develop that language. And this is an example of what the ASL Family Night slides look like. I teach them every Tuesday night. You'll notice there's one different colored yellow on the side. That's for the English translation. And the white is the Spanish translation. And on the other side is English ASL gloss in white, and then in yellow, the Spanish. And now I'd like to pass it off to Hani again.
Thank you, Alvin. I just want to add that some of the students that you see that came with us today, a few of them just moved from another country just a few years ago. And they started at the age of 8 learning the alphabet for the first time, learning to sign for the first time, learning to communicate with their families for the very first time. Can you imagine that? Growing up without communicating with your families for that many years. And so proud of them and their willingness to come up here today. That's really brave. We had practiced a different scenario in the classroom. So I was gonna be like in front supporting them, and that did not happen today. So I'm so proud of them. So proud of you guys. Yes. Good job. I just wanted to talk for a few minutes as we close here about the future of the Regional Deaf and Hard of Hearing program. There was a middle school and a high school program many years ago. They both closed about 15 years ago. And it was due to that critical mass piece. There just weren't enough students. We are changing that, and we're going to open a middle school program, not this coming year, but the following school year, and then move on to the high school program. And we are reaching out to other SELPAs, just trying to see if there are other students that might be able to come and help fill in that critical mass gap as we also build capacity within our hearing students with American Sign Language as well. Some of our students are fully in general education, either with an interpreter or without an interpreter, or assistive listening devices like what I'm wearing today. Some of our students are fully receiving all their academic support in our special day classes because that's where their language level is at. But it looks different. We really try to support whatever their individual journey is, whatever their individual needs are, because that is what an IEP is all about. When we move to the middle school program, we will also bring with us that partnership with the JC so that we can expand the continuum of ASL programming as well, moving all the way through high school. The JC has a great ASL program. So I'm hoping by the time some of the students graduate from high school, the hearing students, that many of them will go to the JC and flourish or move on to other universities. And my hope is they'll become interpreters and come back and serve in our communities. I'm also aware that we still have a lot of room to grow, as we all do, and recognizing the need for further support for our Deaf Plus or DHH Plus students. Those are students that are deaf, hard of hearing, plus other things going on, other challenges, and we recognize that we are not a Deaf Plus program. We do have a few students that come to us that may be on that continuum of Deaf Plus, but recognizing that we need more support for those individuals as well, and working to see what we can do in the future for them. Once again, I am super grateful to be here today on behalf of all of us. We're really grateful for your time and your willingness to invite us to share a little bit about our small little fishy pond, and grateful for any input or suggestions or recommendations that you may have for us as we grow and expand. And again, so grateful for all the amazing administrators that help to support and the teaching staff that help to support us, as well as the Santa Rosa Junior College. And thank you again for having us. Do I stand up here? Do I stay?
Yes, you can stay. Thank you so much. I was thinking about all of the gratitude that we have for you being here as you were sharing yours. Do you want to give your closing thought?
Most of us should know Marley Matlin because she's amazing. So this is just a little quotation that we wanted to share with you. I won't read it, but you're welcome. I just think it's important to recognize that we are all different and we are all unique and we all have something to give. And that's all, and thank you.
In addition to gratitude, joy also comes to mind. What a joy to have you here, to have the students here, and to see all of the different ways that you have blended it together, supports for the families and with the community colleges. It's just absolutely wonderful. So thank you for sharing your beautiful pond with us, regardless of the size. And I will turn it over to commissioners for comments or questions. Commissioner Sorter.
It was just so wonderful having all the students, and I think I oversee our DHH regionalized programs across Riverside County, and I think it would be so cool if on a Zoom or a Teams meeting, the programs, the students could get together and just talk about the different sections of California and their experiences. I'll send you my contact.
Commissioner or Vice Chair Snipes.
Thank you so much for coming. I get to work in Sonoma County, and so when I heard about this program and saw this presentation, I was like, oh, we've got to have them at ACSE. And I'm just so thankful that you all came, and just the joy, yes, but also the representation. In your community, you all were there and you presented, and being able to be here on a larger platform and being represented is really important. And I really appreciate all of you for being so brave and coming and trying something new. And I also just wanted to share that we're going to get a chance to hear more from one of your students at Supporting Innovative Practices virtual conference. We're going to have a student panel to open the entire event, and one of your students is going to be there, and I just want to show appreciation for that as well. So thank you so much for being here.
You're so welcome. Thank you.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
Thank you, Commissioner Snipes, for bringing this group here, because my daughter is hard of hearing. She's now 16, and watching the video, I was reliving like her whole journey. And as much as I try to share with others here at ACSE and to family, friends, and the general public, you have to see the kids to really understand what their lives are like and how it might be different from what they might have expected. Low incidence disability kind of gets shoved into one category, but there's so much diversity within the group, and not just with hearing levels or deafness levels, communication choices, family backgrounds. You know, so many are also coming from Spanish language families who don't have access to ASL, and so how do you get everyone to communicate? And so I love that you are able to showcase. I'm really impressed with all you students, so wow. And I also am glad that you really kind of emphasize that, you know, we have this need for critical mass. And for those who are not familiar with the terminology, in the deaf and hard of hearing community, in the deaf and hard of hearing education, we talk about the need for having enough students who are able to communicate with each other. So whether it's through just signing or a combination, and also just having further social emotional development of not being alone in who they are and who they can communicate with. And so, you know, we often talk about getting enough students who are similar, who can work together, be in the same classrooms, but critical mass doesn't mean they live in isolation, right? And as you showed, they still have family that they need to communicate with, other classmates, people on campus, in the larger community. And so it's exciting to see this. I was so jealous to see the ASL classes that are offered across the different groups who need to learn these things to work with our kids. And so that's often forgotten, but it's such an important part of who the students are. They are all part of this bigger community. And so the community needs to support them, and we can help them by giving them the language that they can use to communicate with these students. So that was really exciting to see. And I love that you have also the Spanish language. There are more and more interpreters who are trilingual, yay to interpreters. And it's much more important these days, and I'm so glad to see that you guys are filling those needs. And the partnership with the junior college is brilliant, you know, and good fodder for, future interpreters and educators. And so we'll talk soon about the shortage of educational interpreters. So I don't know how you got them all. Maybe that's why we don't have any, because you took them all. But they're so critical to the success of our students. And so what you're doing now with your talking about moving up to the middle school and high school, I was part of a group in our county that also was trying to do the same thing. And so we used to have it to junior high. It got pushed back, and we tried to move it and get it added on to 7th, 8th, 9th high school. My daughter has spoken about missing her DHH program, and she wished her high school had that as well. And so you kids are so lucky, and I'm so hopeful that you all can kind of show the rest of the state how to do it. So we're rooting for you, and so thank you for shining a light on your program. And so I'm excited to see what happens next. Thank you.
Nice signing. I just wanted to add, we recognize that some of our students whose primary language is ASL, they may go on to Fremont School for the Deaf. And we have 3 students that came from our program that are currently there. So definitely think that's a great school, and grateful that we have those state schools with us for sure. But parents need another option for those students as well. For whatever reason, they may not want to send their children to live a week away from home at a time. And maybe those students for some of the Deaf Plus students may not be able to go to that particular, to the school for the deaf. So we want to have another option for our deaf students whose primary language is ASL as well. So creating that other option is going to be really important, and bringing deaf role models and making sure that we still have that connection with the deaf community as well. Thank you for all those kind comments. Your daughter was lucky to have you, or is still lucky to have you. Please do.
Commissioner Ruiz.
I just want to thank you for the impactful presentation. I really appreciate the effort it must have taken to have you all here with us today. I see the leadership and the actual leaders that you're cultivating, and it's just really inspiring and exciting. I also want to thank you students for coming and sharing a glimpse of who you are with us today. So just thank you very much.
Welcome, thank you.
Getting for any other comments? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you again so much for your presentation. Thank you, thank you. And we will move into public comment on this item. So if there are any members of the public in the room who wish to speak, please begin lining up at the podium. And while that is happening, we will post the public comment slide for members of the public who want to call in and use the participant access code. Not seeing any comments in the room. We'll give it just a little bit more time for members of the public to call in. Do we have any callers? There are no callers. Thank you. That closes our item and moves us into lunch. Before we break, just a quick discussion about the timing. So I want to make sure that commissioners have time to find and consume food. So I'm a little bit hesitant to shorten the lunch too much. If we came back at well, let me ask. Oh, no, sorry, you already gave your presentation. Do we have any time constraints from Director Leibach-Amon or the State Board?
Yes, I do have a conflict at 1.
At 1, okay.
I have another meeting or another commitment at 1 o'clock.
At 1 o'clock.
So I can stay until 12:45 as planned.
Okay. We need to start at 12.
I'm so happy to go right now.
Oh.
It's pretty brief, and then, well, I have a team here right now that's all ready.
That would be great. Thank you so much. So before we break, we'll do part of item 6. Is it okay if we wait until after to finish it? Sorry.
Until what time? Can you clarify?
Looking at the time now. If we broke around 12:30 and came back at 1:15, would that be too late? Or we could do the entire item right now and then break? Because we don't have any presenters afterward, it's all commission business.
Yeah, let's do this item now.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we will not break for lunch yet, and we will move into item 6. our report from the State Board of Education and State Special Schools.
And just really quickly, for anyone who is listening in online or participating virtually, just noting that general public comment may change because of that. So if you are planning on calling in, we want to give you that time to receive that information now, so you can make plans to call us.
Thank you for mentioning that, Vice Chair Snipes. And we do have a second general public comment in the agenda that will also likely change to a different time. So hoping we can catch everybody. Okay, with that, I will turn it over to Director Laibach-Aman.
Hello, good morning. Well, good afternoon. Oh, let me move these out of the way. I feel like they're staring right at me. All right. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be here with all of you today. I do want to introduce my amazing team. I think it's important that you know that my team is small but mighty. As you know, the State Special Schools and Services is responsible for 3 schools, 3 diagnostic centers, 6 sites in total. And we will start introductions with each of you. Start first.
Hello, my name is Amy Novotny, and I am the superintendent at California School for the Deaf, Fremont. It is so nice to meet you all. Nancy's saying, how many counties do you serve, Amy? Amy here. So we serve the Northern California area, and it's a total of 46 counties that we support.
Good afternoon. My name is Teresa Pafford, and I'm the director at the Diagnostic Center Central. We serve 13 counties, and if my math is correct, it's around 250 school districts.
Hi, my name is Gina Willett. I'm the superintendent at the California School for the Blind, and we serve the whole state of California, so we serve all the counties. Nice to see you all.
Hello, I'm Gloria Mao. I'm the director of Diagnostic Center North in Fremont. We're on the same campus as School for the Blind, and we serve from the bottom of Monterey County all the way up to the Oregon border. Nice to meet you all.
Good afternoon. We're the assistant directors at Diagnostic Center Southern California in Los Angeles. My name is Gina O'Brien.
And my name is Margot Johnson.
And we serve all of the districts in Southern California, approximately 350, starting from below Fresno all the way to the border.
And there's one more superintendent who couldn't be here today. She is the superintendent of California School for the Deaf in Riverside. Her name is April MacArthur. She's out ill today, but she serves 12 counties in Southern California, starting with Bakersfield all the way to the border. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Now, the reason I introduce them is because I want to emphasize to all of you that our division serves all students across the state. And we're talking about 6 million students. We serve the entire state. Now, the diagnostic centers, their role is to provide assistive technology, professional development for school districts that request that for technical assistance, like reading. They come into the picture. The science of reading, they do trainings. They provide dyslexia trainings. That's their field as well. They have a litany. And they offer a variety of trainings for our school districts, LEAs and SELPAs, and they rely on them heavily for services from our 3 diagnostic centers. as well as for very specific evaluations and independent evaluations. If a school district may have some challenges with a particular situation, particular process, for an IEP, they can ask for a independent assessment to be done at our diagnostic centers. They will schedule that. The families will go to the center, will stay there for a full, intensive, comprehensive evaluation assessment. Can take anywhere from 3 to 5 days. And then they will go back to the school district with a full report and share that with our school districts and our families. And that's pertaining to that specific student. Now our 3 schools are in the ed code, our 2 deaf schools and our blind school. They are actually providing technical assistance for all school districts across the entire state. Like you just saw with their introductions and from the presentation from the regional centers, they can reach out to our schools and ask for support and resources. And that's where we emphasize that we serve the entire state. We are statewide. And our state schools function as full, inclusive education programs. They are not, it's the opposite, if you will, of the other. We are general ed, but we are also special ed. And I want to make that very clear and loud as possible for everyone to understand that. We need to be visible. And I'm asking ACSE to really promote us, refer to our 6 sites, our 3 schools and 3 diagnostic centers, because we serve every student across the state in a variety of all of their needs. Because we have a lot of work ahead of us, as always, currently we have several, the special ed director, Rachel Heenan, and I, her presentation this morning, she and I are working on AB 1938, and not only that, we'll be presenting on that, but several other bills that are coming, legislative cycle, bills coming this legislative cycle. And we will have a report for you in April. That's where we'll know more, because bills are still floating, so we have the last day tomorrow to submit all of that and create that bill. Okay, and I also want to share one very important thing that I've discussed with Commissioner Christine. Thank you very much for your collaborative effort with me moving along, and that's educational interpreters. There are so many challenges right now. It is not that simple. And often, what hits one school, they think it's just this one school district, but it's not. It's a much bigger issue that we need to look at. We have 17,000 deaf and hard of hearing students across the state, and not all use educational interpreters, but many do. And if you can imagine half that number of 17,000 needing interpreters, that means we're talking about, let's do some math here. That's what, we'll just say 8,000 for simple numbers, 8,000 students. Do we have 8,000 certified educational interpreters? We don't, absolutely not. And I don't have data, I admit. There is no data. There's no data to justify why we need to work more. It's all based on intuition and our sense of knowing what's going on in the community as a whole and the input we're getting back from them. My staff in my headquarters office is only 8 of us. For us to do this kind of work, it's going to require actually having a task force put in place. So writing a letter and submitting that, Christine and I are writing that together, and we'll share that with all of you. We need to think about our next meeting and deciding what we would like to do with this idea that I'm proposing. Let me read you the letter. We're writing to request the commissioners to consider the support of a formal letter to the California State Board of Education, encouraging them to set in place a task force for a statewide K-12 educational interpreter task force. The purpose of this task force will be to gather data, to examine the current practices and identify the systemic issues that are impacting our deaf and hard of hearing students who rely on educational interpreters for access to their instruction in their general ed classrooms. Currently, California is serving about 17,000 deaf and hard of hearing students in K-12 settings, and out of those students, 900 go to our deaf schools. Instruction and language access is fully provided at our deaf schools. Those remaining students are educated in local education agencies, most often in general ed classrooms where they depend heavily on their educational interpreters to access their curriculum, education, and peer interaction. Despite the critical role educational interpreters play in providing access to education within California, they lack a statewide system of oversight, data collection, and accountability regarding the hiring of qualified supervision of our educational interpreters in K-12. Currently, there is no centralized mechanism for monitoring whether the LEAs are meeting these qualifications and professional standards.
Or have the linguistic competency to support educational access. Now, compiling this issue is really looking at the ongoing use of the educational interpreter waiver requirement, where districts are able to hire underqualified individuals in an interpreting role. This practice has resulted in documented harm to deaf and hard of hearing students and reduces access to instruction, incomplete language exposure, inequitable education outcomes. The waiver process was intended as a temporary use in the get-go, but this has become a standard and is still used today. Given the scale of impact to students and the absence of reliable statewide data, a K-12 educational interpreter task force would gather critical information necessary to examine the gaps in policies and practices and suggest solutions that ensure deaf and hard of hearing students receive equitable and meaningful access to education. So I feel the ACSE, you have a unique role to present these issues and advise the State Board of Education on these urgent needs for a unified system of action. And a letter from the commissioners would help the State Board of Education to consider this an opportunity to establish a task force. Thank you so much for your consideration on this important, urgent matter. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And I will turn it over to commissioners for any comments. Commissioner Oyakawa.
Can't stop talking. Thank you so much, Dr. Laiba Kaman, for bringing this to our attention. This is my daughter's daily life. This is her life experience, and being in school with a real lack of appropriate educational interpreting for her. I was really surprised to learn that there was no data being collected. I know anecdotally from talking to other interpreters and talking to other families that there is a shortage, and there's not just a shortage, but also a real lack of not just stable staffing, but as you mentioned, there is no one monitoring the quality of the interpretations that are happening. And I have no idea if I were to go in and observe my daughter's classroom. I can kind of tell if math is being taught in a way that makes sense, but I have no idea if the interpreting is accurate enough. My signing is very limited, and I would have thought that this was already something that amongst the many monitors we have in this state, that this was already being assessed, that there was already somebody keeping track of all this. And so it seems pretty commonsensical that at the minimum, we would need data collection to get information on what is actually going on across the state, especially because these are low incidence disabilities. Families are very isolated. If we're not in one of the schools for the deaf, we are alone. We have most of our parents are hearing. We have no idea what should be happening in the classroom for our students, and we have no idea what rights to interpreting our students might have. And so at least at a minimum to get just data collected, and then from there maybe have an understanding of what is going on and how we can fill the gaps in both staffing and training and competency, because the students are the ones who are missing out. And I'm hopeful that once our ACSE group, we figure out how to do letters of support, I would hope that the other commissioners can join me in supporting your efforts to help these students to get what they need. So thank you.
Thank you. I look forward to my work with you.
Commissioner Ruiz.
Thank you, Dr. Hilbach-Amon. It's always so inspiring to witness the strength, joy, and clarity that you bring to DHH students and to all of us. The way you represent our state with such pride, humanity, and purpose is powerful. And your leadership doesn't just guide, but it energizes. I feel energized every time I hear you speak, and I'm just really grateful for all of your presentations and how you highlight your community for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
Hi. Regarding the educational interpreters, is there like a training center? Do they have certain credentials, qualifications? How are they hired?
That is a great question. In California, we do have some interpreter training programs where an interpreter can study to become an interpreter. Now, this is done through community colleges or state universities. They do have programs. Some interpreters may decide to become a community interpreter. That requires a different credential. Now, community interpreters have an array of options for testing, whilst educational interpreters typically would take the Educational Interpreter Performance Assessment, the EIPA. Now, this is being led in another state, and it is monitored and ran by another state. This is both online and in person, and they do provide exams throughout the states. In California, there are schedules for educational interpreters to take that assessment. Now, the waiting period to get your results from the EIPA takes about a 6-month to a year waiting period, dependent on the EIPA schedule. So we do get stuck in a standstill waiting on that. Another thing is the folks who are hiring interpreters, meaning school districts and their HR departments, how would they be able to decide whether an interpreter is qualified or not? We don't know. Are the HR staff trained in sign language? Not necessarily. They just base it off of a piece of paper and the score that interpreter received. You need to have a 4.0 or above to be able to work in an educational interpreter position. An EIPA 4.0 is actually equivalent to an 80% or less understanding of the message to be able to effectively interpret that to the child. You know, if somebody wanted to become a teacher and they failed their teaching credential, they couldn't teach, but that does not apply to interpreters.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Commissioner or Vice Chair Snipes?
I'm also wondering, as far as support goes, what kind of connections you have with legislators to potentially encumber some of the potential funding that could come to us in the special education world to collect the data and to work together, just knowing that there are avenues that we have to go down in order to be able to have access to that. I'm just wondering about the connections that you have currently.
Yes, so I have a lot of connections with different legislators, but the legislative focus right now is how to support state special schools. As you know, the Fremont block and the Fremont City cost of living has really caused an undue burden for the staff that are working in the Bay Area. So legislators are already working on that. Educational interpreting is still very, very unfamiliar, and it's an unfamiliar territory for a lot of people, which is why I want to bring this to your attention now. I've been trying to push this through for the last few years. I'm not going to give up, but I think it'd be great to start connections with legislators. I do like that idea. Thank you for your input.
Not seeing any other comments or questions. Thank you so much, as always, for your presentation.
Thank you so much, everyone, and safe travels back home.
Thank you. And we will move to a presentation from the State Board by Member Yoshimoto Tauri.
Hi, good afternoon again. Allison Yoshimoto Tauri. I am distinctly aware that I sit between you and lunch. Is everything okay there? That's the first time I've ever heard that. Thank you. But I have a brief presentation, so I'll share that there. I have 8 slides, and 3 of them are just sort of headers and footers, so really 5 slides of content. So this will be brief. I will say that, let's see, how do I forward here? Is that right? Okay. So it's organized into 3 sections. Briefly, just wanted to highlight a few other things that Dr. Heenan brought up about budget proposals that are not yet passed, but on the table for discussion, and a recent board actions and discussions at the state board and upcoming board actions. So first, I would say that in terms of the governance proposal, I just wanted to give you a little bit of the why. Because currently, the conversation is about restructuring educational governance in California and to combine oversight authority under the State Board of Education. And the proposal is really being driven by a long-standing concern that California's education governance system is fragmented with overlapping authority between the State Board of Education, the governor, the state superintendent, the Department of Education. And so the current structure has some blurred lines of responsibility, and some have said resulting in inconsistent policy implementation. So there's been some research in past legislative reports that have concluded this. So the restructuring as proposed is intended to unify policy setting, implementation authority, and clarify roles, align incentives, so that responsibility for results is more transparent and coordinated across state entities. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of that why. And then the next two bullets, community schools. There's been a lot of interest at the commission around community schools, and so the proposal is specifically to move away from a grant funding structure that has a beginning date and an end date to making community school funding available to more schools on an ongoing basis. And currently we have 2,500 schools that have community school funding in the grant structure with an end date. So this would be significantly increasing the number of schools and also making it ongoing. And then finally, as Dr. Hayden said, in special education, slide, because it's coming back in March for some decisions. But in January, it was a study session. And then we also focused on the accountability work plan for the year. As you know, we're responsible for school accountability, which I'll also talk about in an upcoming slide. And then we approved the annual performance report as you had seen it in, I believe, before November, October. That was approved in January at the State Board of Education for IDEA. And then in terms of March, I just wanted to highlight that we are talking again about the college and career indicator, but this time taking some action on it rather than a study session. We are in discussion about including the state seal of civic engagement, and I believe there's been some conversation at ACSE before that regarding civic engagement and ensuring that, and the college and career indicator in general, making sure that it was available for students with disabilities to also partake in that. So that may be an interesting discussion for you to tune into. In general, the college and career indicator was established in 2016 and then had performance indicators in 2018. And it looks at how well schools and local education agencies are preparing their students for college and career, with each high school graduating cohort within each cohort. And so it provides a more complex picture just beyond graduation rates of how that school or LEA is doing in preparing students for their next step. Right now, the dashboard shows that 18.7% of students with disabilities in California, 18.7% of students with disabilities in California are prepared based on the college and career indicator, which is an increase of 3.3 percentage points from the prior year. And students on an alternative pathway to a diploma can demonstrate being prepared by completing 100 hours of work experience and the equivalent of 4 semester courses of college and career exploration and preparation. So at the March meeting, we're going to be discussing this and taking action on incorporating work-based learning measures, such as simulated work-based learning, student-led enterprises, as well as the state seal of civic engagement. And so additional opportunities for schools or LEAs to demonstrate that they are preparing all students. We're talking about adding these measures that are listed on the slide, so that those would also count towards for a school or an LEA as preparing students for college and career. And in May, there will be another conversation around CCI around industry recognized credentials. So I just wanted to highlight those for you. And then accountability is also an ongoing conversation. So we are the adopted accountability work plan for 2026 has, I'm not going to read the slide to you, but it has all of these different indicators or all the different components in the work plan. You know, growth model, we're looking at science as a full indicator. Again, the college and career, including, and then looking at our dashboard alternative schools. And we're continuing to look at how we're treating long-term English learners and the calculation of the student group and their progress. So those are ongoing in the accountability conversation plan. And then upcoming for State Board is more work on the accountability plan, but specifically for differentiated assistance. I just wanted to highlight that over the years, local education agencies We have a significant number of local education agencies identified for differentiated assistance or support within our state accountability framework because of their performance of students with disabilities. And so, and also at the same time, many of these districts are also identified for compliance and improvement monitoring, the SIM process, which comes with some administrative burdens. So we are looking as part of these upcoming discussions to figure out like what's the right size, how to right size differentiated assistance so that it is really meaningful for districts. And we also have the capacity at the state to provide true, meaningful, differentiated assistance to create the outcomes that we want for students. And the last thing I wanted to highlight is the portrait of a graduate or the portrait of a learner that the state board is continuing to focus on bringing that to fruition. And that is another way of saying as a state, like putting a stake in the ground and saying we believe all learners in California should have these characteristics, right? Beyond a GPA, beyond a number, beyond a grade. But it can talk about, I'm just hypothesizing, but it could talk about integrity or honesty or ability to work with the community. Those are the kinds of things that we are looking at, some of the soft skills that prepare young people for life and thriving in life. And then just in closing, I will just say thank you again for all of the commitment and dedication that you bring. These meetings, I know they're long, but they are opportunities to inspire the work that has to happen in schools and across the state every day. And so we appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedules to be here and to be a commissioner. I'm particularly happy today at this meeting because we now have both of our student commissioners here. And so welcome again to Michelle, Commissioner Helena and Michelle, thank you again for taking time away. And to all of our commissioners, yesterday was a reminder at the celebration of the 50th anniversary of IDEA that it's not just about having an equal seat at the table, it's about thriving and about really having a beautiful, amazing life. And Commissioner Gloria Ruiz said today, bright, vibrant, and free. And that stood out to me. And then our colleague from Hidden Valley said, opportunities for exchange of dreams and ideas. And so I just wanted to end with that idea about being it's about being everything and all we can be, not just having an equal seat. So thank you, everyone. And enjoy your lunch.
Thank you so much for your presentation and all of that information. Before we break, I'll see if there are any commissioners who want to make any comments, ask any questions. I have one thing really quickly, appreciation for you mentioning the differentiated assistance eligibility criteria and really ensuring that the structure allows for meaningful and effective assistance. And I think it's especially underscored in our presentation from SIP today about the power of that. So thank you for the intention behind that. Any other comments, questions? Okay, so we will move to public comment. If any members of the public in the room wish to speak, please begin lining up at the podium. And while that's happening, we'll have the public comment slide up for any members of the public who wish to call in. And this is, in case anyone is joining us and didn't hear the original announcement, this is public comment for item number 6. We are a bit off schedule today, so this is specifically around the State Board of Education and Director of State Schools item. Okay, we have no callers online, so we are going to break for lunch. Looking at the time now, I'm wondering if we want to do our first general public comment in case there are people who were calling in, hoping around this time to have time to speak and then break? That'd be good? Okay. So another new change. Instead of going to lunch, we're going to go to item 9, which is general public comment. So that's public comment on any matter that is not on the agenda. So if there is someone in the room who wishes to make a comment, please begin lining up at the podium. And the slide is up for members of the public not in the room to call in to speak on any matter not included on the agenda today. Okay, not seeing anyone in the room. We'll give a little bit more time for callers to get into the number with that participant access code. Okay, it looks like there are no callers online. So now we will officially transition to lunch. Is everybody okay with keeping 45 minutes for lunch? Okay, so we would transition back at 1:35. Check my math. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. So 1:35, we will come back and we will start with item 11. And it will actually put us kind of back on track for timing. So enjoy your lunch, everybody, and we'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody, and wanted to start with gratitude for the flexibility. I know we've been moving things around today and running behind time, and now we're back on time. So just appreciate all of the rolling with it, and wanted to also, again, remind anyone watching online that we will have another opportunity for general public comment, probably right around 1:45 as agendized, just in case our scheduling impacted your ability to make your voice heard. So we are going to go into item 11, and as a reminder, Vice Chair Snipes this morning in the agenda review shared that this is the place where we are going to come back to finish the impact award item from yesterday. So we'll start with that and then move into agenda building. Commissioner Michaud, can I put you on the spot and have you give a quick summary about where we are with all of this? Thank you.
And I'm wondering, do we have folks online? Usually we can see them. They are there. Okay, perfect. Okay, so a quick overview. The Impact Award Committee brought 3 finalists to the commission yesterday. We had a really robust discussion about all 3 of those finalists, and there was a bit of a split in terms of who we wanted to move forward as the winner for the 2026 ACSE Impact Award. There was a motion that was put on the table, but it did not receive enough votes to be approved. And so yesterday afternoon, we shared or reshared the information for the 3 applications, asked commissioners to re-review those applications coming into today. And the goal for today is to have any final discussions or thoughts and then move to an award a winner for the day.
Thank you. Do we have any questions about the process, where we are now? That's because your explanation was so comprehensive and wonderful. Thank you. And thank you also to the commissioners for doing some homework and looking over the applications again. I think as we experienced yesterday, and opened up a very robust discussion about potential changes or additions to our application, which is already so wonderful. And the rubric as a score, I just have to give congratulations or appreciation for how phenomenal that rubric is. I know that you guys worked hard to update that. So one of the things that held us back were some lingering questions about the some of the contents of the applicants. And in thinking about years past, just for consideration, since we are talking about potential changes or additions, we used to have our committee sessions in a room over there, not publicly accessible. And then we realized that that was not how we wanted to do things or how we should be doing things. But when we were doing them that way, at the time, the Goal Award Committee would meet with the commissioners who scored the application, have a discussion in that room, and then what would happen here is we would bring back, or the Goal Award Committee would bring back the results of that discussion and have a recipient named, and then we would vote on that. So I think yesterday's conversation was fantastic, and I think it really helped us identify and kind of flesh out a lot of things. But there was a concern that was brought to me about the discussion in the way that we did it this year. Not all of the commissioners had an opportunity to read the applications or had scored the applications. So just bringing that up so we can be mindful about process moving forward. We do want all the commissioners to be involved, and so maybe we can spend some time, ask the committee to spend some time thinking about what to do with that for next year and how we can continue to have transparent and robust discussions, but also I think just reflecting on what got us a little stuck yesterday and how to plan for that in the future. Yeah.
Yep. Appreciate you naming that and agree. And so Commissioner Hamilton and I already got a chance to touch base yesterday, and we'll be proposing some potential changes for 2027, given our discussion yesterday.
Wonderful. Thank you. It's an evolution of a process. With that, I'll open it up for any commissioners to discuss their thoughts. Commissioner Scott.
What would exclude a commissioner from participating in the process as far as like scoring? For example, I had a family member who did send in an application.
I think that we could handle that with a refresher on Bagley-Keene and potentially even included in our our ethics training that we received. So we can get more information and then bring that back for the commissioners and make sure that we get that information out when it's time to score applications so that everybody knows. Thank you.
Yeah, and there were actually a number of questions that came up this year in ways that they hadn't in past years around potential conflicts of interest. And so I think in the couple of years I've been co-chairing the committee, it came up maybe once, and it came up, I think, 3 or 4 times this year. And so I'm wondering if also part of some of the work that we can do in the off season would be to just put together kind of a document that says, like, puts in place parameters around what happens or what might constitute a conflict of interest when it comes to scoring.
Thank you.
And voting.
Okay, so at this time, if any commissioners want to discuss the 3 nominees, be a great time to do so.
Since my family members were not involved in the last 3 applications, I did go ahead and read it in depth. But so we were discussing about the SAGAS application, about inclusion. And while I support inclusion 100%, I still think we need SDC classes. And when I read theirs, the plan is to eliminate SDC classes. So I still have a concern about that.
Thank you. Other thoughts from commissioners? Commissioner Groff?
Thank you, for your comment on that. I'm not quite sure quite how to respond, except that I think if we take the application as it is now, that there are still special day classes within that particular district, that this is a pilot project to really examine how many of the elements that we heard this morning from SIP, to supporting innovative practices, to make inclusion, to remove barriers, I guess I would say, from general education and teacher preparation. So I think, as things stand within that particular district, I would say that there are special day classes. So it's not a given that all special day classes will be removed at this point in time.
Can I jump in? I don't know if you're calling online.
I'm calling on you, Commissioner Hamilton.
Sorry. Thank you. I just wanted to add to that too. Thank you, Commissioner Groff, for that explanation. I agree with that. And also just wanted to add, I feel like also reflecting back on what SIP talked about and the school that we heard from today that was a grantee, it really requires a systems change, this model of inclusion and this change. And I feel like we're living in a time where the default was a special day class, and we have so many of those. So it's shifting from that idea that everybody starts out in a day class, or that's just kind of the default. And there are still, like Commissioner Graff said, that it does acknowledge there still are special day classes in that district. That's an option. It just moves us closer to a place of presuming competence for all students to learn together in an inclusive environment. And if there are exceptions to that necessity or that ability to all learn together inclusively, then looking at other options, and they are still there.
Thank you. Commissioner Graff?
Yeah, the other thing too is I went back and reread the application for this particular entity, and I read also the letters of support coming from the parents to really talk about the transformation that had happened, for their students, based on the new pilot that is going on in that particular district. So that to me was very persuasive in terms of the robust nature of this particular application. So I'm still in support of this particular application.
Commissioner Oyakawa?
I'm still not voting just for the appearance of any conflict with my husband's position. But I did read the originals and I read them again, and like Commissioner Scott, I always have this hesitancy when I see elimination of STC classes, and I think there's a statement that the district plans to expand the model to other STC sites, but I don't think they said all SDC sites, and there is no message that they are eliminating the continuum of services that are offered. And again, I think I said this yesterday, you know, we realize districts have a really difficult time staffing and maintaining a continuum at every single site, right? We know that they can't do that maybe for every location, and they sometimes need to shift students around. And that's not always ideal for every student, but you know, I know that that's in the realm of possibilities. But I think we don't have perfect information for all of these programs. What I see here is really their attempt to meet all the types of possible ways of meeting the needs of all their students. And these are tested ways, and they go along with what we learned today from the SIP group, what we've been hearing about in the last few years. And so I kind of view this award as a message to the communities, to our schools, about what we value. And so I feel like we can honor what they're doing, and at the same time caution them and other districts that is just not a goal in itself. Just, you know, inclusivity has to be a big, as we said, systemic change. And so we want to make sure it's done thoughtfully and slowly and deliberately. And so from what I've seen in this program that's been offered to us on these pages, I feel like they are really trying to do that. And so I think as long as our commission is signaling also that we are keeping an eye out, and you know, we don't want just lip service, we don't want just these programs cut just in the name of getting everybody into whatever percentage of time in the general ed classroom. Like, that's not the goal. And so as long as I think we have that clear and clearly stated, I think I'm okay to support a program like this, even despite my initial hesitations. Thank you.
Other commissioners? Well, I was one of the commissioners that abstained because I felt like I needed more information. And then reflecting on what I mentioned earlier about the difference in our process and how just thinking through some of the concerns I had in rereading the application, I'm trying to find what quote. Using the pilot site as a blueprint, the district will continue expanding inclusive practices to improve LRE access and achieve lasting district-wide impact. And that statement, to me, reading it with a different lens, actually pushed me into a place of support as well. I read initially I was spending more time on the closure of all SDCs as an achievement, and thinking about closing all SDCs across the district would be an achievement. And also had the same thought as Commissioner Graff about the continuum needs to exist across the district, not one school. So that, and also in reflecting on our SIP presentation today and thinking about how intentional that shift in scaling up needs to be, and not seeing anything in the application that says this is our goal to become a no SDC district, that I'm really grateful for the time. It was a happy accident because I miscounted the votes, but I'm glad that we got to take some time, read it over, and come back. So wanted to share my thoughts for that. Vice Chair Snipes.
I also abstained from voting yesterday. I needed to gather some information. For full transparency, I I work for Supporting Innovative Practices, and Saugus is a Supporting Innovative Practices grantee, and I needed to gain more information before I felt comfortable making a vote one way or the other. And after gaining that information, I would like to participate in the voting process, and I am able to do that because Supporting Innovative Practices does not stand to benefit in any type of way through this award, should Saugus be awarded it. So I just wanted to make that clarification as well, knowing that we're probably going to be going to a vote.
Thank you. Any final comments, thoughts, questions? Okay, then I will entertain a motion to nominate a program as the 2026 ACSE Impact Award winner.
I move to nominate the RO Inclusion Program from Saugus Unified.
Thank you.
Seconded.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Chair Notch,
Yes.
Commissioner Snipes,
Yes.
Commissioner Graff,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Michaud,
Yes.
Commissioner Ruiz,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
No.
Commissioner Wilkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Donata Sapp,
Yes.
Commissioner Feimer,
Yes.
Thank you. I knew exactly what number I had to look for today. So I can say with certainty we have, as required in our bylaws, a simple majority, which allows us to name the RO Inclusion Program as the 2026 ACSE Impact Award winner. So congratulations to them, and we'll be excited about the next steps and moving through all of the great publicity, making the video, going to the board meetings to really uplift and share their accomplishments in the interest of replicability across the state. So thank you. Commissioner Graff?
Yeah, I just had a reflection that as long as IDEA is federal law, I don't think any district can actually eliminate the continuum of service. That's not to say that it necessarily is utilized, with the intent being that we're working towards inclusion with typical kids and with support and everything else that is required. But I think as long as IDEA is in place, the continuum has to exist, whether it's used or not. So.
Vice Chair Snipes?
That just reminds me of the wonderful quote that special education is a service and not a place.
Right.
As long as our kids are feeling a sense of belonging and they're receiving the services that they need, it should be in the setting that is most appropriate.
Thank you. All right, we will go to public comment for this item. If there are any members of public in the room who wish to speak, please begin lining up at the podium. And we have our public comment slide up for anyone who wants to call in and utilize the participant access code. And we'll give a little bit of time here to allow for that participation. Okay, seeing no one in the room, do we have any callers? Okay, there are no callers. Thank you. So we will go into agenda building. We received a few requests via email We had someone request a presentation about fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, and then also the Warm Line Family Empowerment Center. Another thing that came up is in working with the wonderful Chris Murphy, who prepares our ACSE annual report. If we could, not for April, but for June, have an agenda item where we, at the end of our fiscal year, can reflect as commissioners and give her feedback for her report. So I just wanted to make note of having that somewhere in June. But I will open it up to other commissioners for thoughts on the requested presentations and suggestions for any others. Vice Chair Snipes?
I would love to have Warm Line come and join us. And I'd also just like to highlight that CDE recently released an inclusion toolkit for early childhood. And it would be great to give them some space to elevate that tool. And so I would like to propose having them come and share it and what their hopes are and how they kind of hope to share the information out with the field and where it could be shared.
Thank you. Commissioner Graff?
I had the opportunity to attend the CEDAR convening last week in New Orleans. And when I say CEDAR, this is a federal grant coming out of the University of Florida, and California has been participating in it for, I think, maybe 10 years now. And there are many universities that are a part of it. CEDAR stands for Collaboration for Effective Educator Development, Accountability, and Reform. Don't blame me for what it stands for. It's a mouthful. That's why we say CEDAR. But at the convening, we had representatives from SELPA, from the Special Ed Division, from CDE, as well as from CTC, as well as the universities. And it was one of the rare opportunities for us all to be together to talk about increasing outcomes for students with disabilities. And so I would like to invite representatives from CEDAR to actually come and present, whether it's at the next meeting or it could be a follow-up meeting. But thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Oyakawa?
Thank you. As we're talking about the IDEA and it's being almost as old as me, and I think it was the ARC speaker who mentioned the dismantling of the Federal Department of Education, including some of the offices that are responsible for enforcement. I'm wondering if we can get an update from either Director Heenan or someone from her staff on whatever impacts we might have had over the past year, what we anticipate might be issues that are happening that we might not be aware of. I know that the DEI initiative got pulled back, thankfully, the other day. So I wonder, it was kind of this anticipation all of last year, and I'm wondering what has happened since the initial news broke. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Scott?
One of the letters we received was from Maxim Healthcare. They would like to also do a presentation regarding collaboration between care at school and at home, which I think would be good because it's a need, collaborating the example behavioral therapy that the students receive in the schools and at home would be a great benefit to our students.
Thank you. Vice Chair Snipes?
I also just wanted to remind us that we had one presentation scheduled for this month. And so we need, is it DDS? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we want to make sure that we wrap back around with them because they're still very interested in coming. So I'm going to add that to the list.
Yes, thank you. And then, they might have already soft confirmed for April? Yes, great, thank you. And thank you to Vice Chair Snipes for taking all of these incredible notes and capturing everything. Any other suggestions?
I don't know if you guys can't see my hand, but
Oh, I can't. I'm sorry. It's right up against a white background, and so until you get big on the screen, I'm so sorry.
Okay. All this talk around anniversaries and special education over the years and inclusion, it just occurred to me, I think it would be really great to invite the Chime Institute to come share their program. Chime, actually, I don't know if everybody knows that Chime is an acronym for Communities Honoring Inclusive Model Education. This year's their 30th year, so they've been doing this for 3 decades now. And when we talk about meaningful inclusion, they're really doing it. They've done it from the start, all of the keys that make inclusion meaningful, and they really have made that the culture and the foundation of their program. And then in addition to their schools, they also have a unique partnership with California State University Northridge. The pilot program that started the Chime Institute was in partnership with California State University Northridge, and they really are a big part of teacher training and that teacher pipeline. And they also not only serve as a demonstration model for inclusion across the state, but also nationally and internationally. So just the full package of this program, I think it gets referenced a lot, but it would be great to bring them in and just hear about it and how it has evolved over the years.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Oyakawa?
I was thinking as Commissioner Scott was making her suggestion, I know we were trying before to bundle kind of themes, and it reminded me of the STEP program that we had recently looked at, and I thought they had a really interesting program that I would like to learn more about, and maybe they might be interested in a presentation on that same day.
Vice Chair Snipes?
That reminds me, I feel like we had a conversation in the past that if there are folks who we didn't necessarily award the impact award to, that we would definitely want those to come. Like we should be pulling from those applicants, right? Because they're submitting because they have some really innovative things happening. So even just looking back through all of our applicants to see a lineup, that's a good reminder. Thank you.
So sorry. A reminder to all the applicants, especially those who are in newer programs, that you can reapply. And I think one of the things that some of the applicants who had only been around 1 or 2 years, one of the criteria is like how long you've been able to show the success of this program. And I think, don't be shy about reapplying. Encourage everyone.
Thank you. Okay. Any other suggestions?
I know in our meeting, this is Commissioner Scott, I know in our meeting we discussed how we can be of support to organizations that ask for support, because we're just an advisory body. We are not making laws, but how can we be of support to them? For example, getting support for educational interpreters. I think this is the second meeting I've been to where they've asked us to, give some kind of support. So if we can follow up how we can do that in our role as as an advisory commission, I think we should readdress that again in our next meeting. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, and I'm glad you brought that up because one thing that has developed as a learning for us with that particular request is that in order to create a task force around educational interpreters, a bill would actually have to be authored. So us writing a letter of support to state board or any other appointing body would not necessarily be the right audience. And so we can think through for that situation and for others, what are the things that we do have the ability to lift up and support. So thank you. Okay. Well, seeing nothing else and also hearing all of the typing going on, I think we might have enough agenda items to last us through all of 2026. So thank you for your participation for that. And we will open it up to public comment on this item for agenda building. And then after this, we will have general public comment. So if you're online and waiting to speak on items not on the agenda, that is not yet, but it will be next. So if anyone wishes to speak on agenda building, please, if you're in the room, please begin forming a line at the podium. And if you are watching online, the slide is up for our dial-in number and the participant access code. And we will wait a little bit to give everyone time if there's a desire to participate. Okay, seeing no one in the room, do we have any callers? Okay, thank you. We have no callers, so we are going to close item 11 and move into item 12, which is general public comment. So this would be the opportunity for anybody who wishes to speak on an item that was not included in our agenda to begin lining up at the podium if you are in the room. And if you are watching online, that slide is still up with our dial-in number and the participant access code. Okay, not seeing anybody in the room. Do we have any callers? Okay, there are no callers. So we will close item 12 and with tremendous gratitude, excitement about our new commissioners, and just really warm reflections on the thoughtful comments that we had, the discussions that we had together. Just really grateful for all of the commissioners and grateful for the IDEA celebration. And it just felt like a phenomenal meeting. So appreciate it. And we will look forward to seeing everybody in April. So we are adjourned. Yay.